From humble beginnings to a global stage, no matter if you climb for fun, for sport, or for life, you found something in climbing that calls to you. A passion to struggle, to strive, and to ascend. The climb may be between you and the wall, but as a climber, you are a part of a community. A community every climber calls home. Rockbase, proud partner of Climbing Escalade Canada.
Welcome, welcome. Youth Boulder Nationals is done. We're back for more competition climbing at Canyon Escalade in La Prairie, Quebec for the 2022 Youth Lead Nationals. Bonjour, bonjour tout le monde. Nous avons fini les championnats nationaux jeunesse en bloc et on est de retour pour les nationaux jeunesse en difficulté à Canyon Escalade à La Prairie, Quebec. My name is Bonnie DeBryan, and I'm joined here today on the live stream with longtime climber, my fellow former competitor, Casey Wilson.
Hi, Bonnie. Thanks for having me. It's been an incredible few days of climbing so far. We've got an exciting day of lead ahead of us.
We sure do, but you know, before we get started, it is really important that we recognize whose land we are on for this event.
In the spirit of truth and reconciliation, all of us at Climbing Escalade Canada acknowledge that we gather on traditional unceded land of the Mohawk Nation, one of 5 Iroquois nations. We honor this land as well as other First Nations, Métis, and Inuit lands and territories on which we work and play. The CEC recognizes the outstanding contribution the First Peoples make to sport and acknowledge the power of sport to promote reconciliation and address inequality.
Dans l'esprit de vérité et de réconciliation, nous tous à Climbing Escalade Canada reconnaissons que nous nous réunissons sur les terres traditionnelles non cédées des communautés Mohawk, l'une des 5 nations iroquoises. Nous honorons cette terre ainsi que toutes les autres terres et territoires des Premières Nations, des Métis et des Inuits sur lesquels nous travaillons et jouons. CEC reconnaît la contribution exceptionnelle des premiers peuples au sport et reconnaît le pouvoir du sport dans la promotion de la réconciliation et de la lutte contre les inégalités. So, Casey, let's talk a little bit about what happened yesterday in our qualifying round and what we're going to see today.
Yeah, it was a busy day of qualifiers. There were a lot of athletes here. Yesterday, about 240 athletes across 3 different age categories competed in qualifications to earn a spot in today's semifinal. The athletes today are going to be ranked according to how high they get on one semifinal route. Our top 8 female and male athletes from each category are then going to move on to their respective final rounds at 4:30 Eastern Standard Time.
C'est vrai, les athlètes vont avoir une voie à grimper ce matin par catégorie et les athlètes seront classés en fonction de la hauteur qu'ils obtiennent sur une voie de demi-finale. Et les 8 meilleurs athlètes, garçons et filles de chaque catégorie, passeront à leur ronde finale respective à 4h30 l'heure de l'Est.
Yeah, and a lot of athletes here today have their sights set on climbing for a spot at the Youth World Championships that are happening later this summer in Dallas, Texas. It's a lot of pressure for these young athletes with just one chance on one semifinal route to make their way to finals.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about how this is going to run this morning. We have 6 categories to get through between 8:30 and roughly 12:30. We're going to start off with 3 categories: Youth B female, Youth A male, and Junior female. Ça va être Juvénile B pour les filles, Juvénile A pour les mâles, pour les garçons, et Junior femelle. On va commencer les 3 rondes ce matin, puis quand eux vont avoir fini, on va passer le Youth B male, Youth A female, and Junior male. So what kinds of things do you think the setters are trying to... How does this work, a lead competition? How is it different from the boulder competition?
Yeah, so in the boulder competition, we saw the athletes, you know, their goal was to get tops. You know, after that, they wanted to make sure they were securing zones. Here in a lead competition, it is about the hold that you get to, the highest hold. So, you know, these athletes are going to try and do their best to get as high on these routes as they can. You know, the setters have told us that the routes kind of have, you know, a few tricky spots along the way, but are increasingly difficult as you get to the top. So athletes are really going to have to put up a good fight as they approach the top of these walls.
You can see now on your screen, we're getting a view of the youth B female route here. And each route has a point per hold assigned to it. And so the athletes will earn a point based on the last hold they touch before they fall. The only adjustment that they could make is they might get a plus attached to that point point and that hold system, and that is because if you touch that hold and then you make a move off of it but don't reach the next one, they want to give you credit for the fact that you moved beyond that hold even though you didn't touch the next one. It would put somebody in advance of someone else who just touched the hold but wasn't able to make any move off of it. So let's say you get to the hold number 20 on the route map, and then you make a move beyond it, you will fall at that point. Then you get the points 20 plus assigned to you. And that is your point system, and you will be ranked according to where everybody else gets on the route.
Yeah, that plus serves almost as an extra little tiebreaker in the event that athletes are getting to the same, a similar location on the route.
Oui, donc juste pour expliquer comment ça marche avec un problème de bloc, on voyait hier et avant-hier que c'était toute une question de problème que tu finissais. Ça, c'était la chose qui comptait, les tops, puis après la zone. Ici, on n'a pas de zone. On a chaque prise sur la voie, il y a un chiffre associé, puis il faut tu grimpes aussi haut que tu peux, puis si tu tombes, tu vas avoir cette chiffre-là. Il y a aussi une plus que tu peux avoir si tu essaies de faire un mouvement juste après, mais tu réussis pas vraiment d'attacher la prochaine prise. Tu peux avoir une 20 plus.
And if this is your first time seeing a lead competition, you're going to notice, different than our bouldering round, the athletes today are all wearing harnesses around their waists, and they'll be tying into a rope. And as they move up the wall, they're going to be clipping what we call these draws that you can see hanging off the wall. So it's a little bit different than our bouldering event. It tends to be a little less powerful and a little bit more about that endurance in your forearms. These athletes are going to be feeling that lactic acid burn.
That's for sure. And, just for those that might be tuning in for the first time, maybe you have a family member here, those draws hanging from the wall that they are clipping with the rope, they are not allowed to use them as a way to move upward. They are simply a form of a measure of security. They are there to catch you when you fall. So it is important that the competitors clip every single draw on their way up. They have to clip them in order. And if you miss one and you keep going, you will be called down. It is a safety measure and part of the rules, and we did have a little event in the qualifiers where somebody just climbed too fast and failed to see one of the draws and clipped above it, and that gave her a very low point on that route, which was kind of devastating for her.
Yeah, thankfully, we're going to see her again today. That athlete was able to make up for that error on her second route. So, today, though, it's a lot of pressure. It's one route. You have one chance. And remember, if the athlete gets started and they slip immediately at the start, that's it. That's the end of their turn. So today is a lot more pressure than it was yesterday.
It's true. In a boulder competition, if you slip, all you have lost is an attempt. And you have 4 minutes to get to the top, regardless of how many attempts you make. In this case, you have one attempt. Once you leave the ground, that's it. That's your go. But les athlètes sont vraiment expérimentés. Ils ont beaucoup d'expérience. Ça veut dire que ils vont avoir la mentalité dès qu'ils quittent le sol, ils vont juste essayer super fort. Donc, I'm watching the athletes at the moment. Vous allez voir, tous les athlètes en bas, ils sont en train de regarder leur voie. Hier, il y avait l'opportunité de regarder les autres athlètes en train de grimper. Ça, c'était un autre format. Ici, ce soir, il n'y aura aucune opportunité de regarder les autres. Ici, ils ont l'opportunité de voir la voix, ils peuvent parler entre eux et ils peuvent parler, visualiser ce qu'ils vont faire, imaginer ce qu'ils vont faire, mais ils vont aller dans une place d'isolation pendant que les autres athlètes grimpent.
That's right. So our athletes, you're going to see them at the bottom of the routes right now. They're getting a chance to preview the route. So they do get to see the route from the ground, and the only holds they can touch during this preview are the very start holds, but their bodies cannot leave the ground. You're going to see the athletes too, like they're going to share beta, teammates especially going to be talking to each other about what kind of moves they're expecting to have to deal with as they progress through these routes. In some cases, you might even see our athletes pull out some binoculars to get a better look at the top of the wall. We see this in the IFSC events when the routes are quite tall. So, yeah, it's interesting because some athletes are going to choose to share more maybe, and some others maybe choose to share a little less. It's interesting to think what athletes are maybe holding a little back and potentially not sharing what they maybe thought their beta was going to be. But I think you see in this youth category, these athletes are working together. They're always cheering each other on. So
this wall is 13.2 meters high, Casey. That's 43 feet. Mm-hmm. And the holds at the top, they can't see them that well. And it's important to kind of have a vague idea, at least, of what you're going to get into when you get up there, because you will be tired. And the interesting technique and the thing you want to do when you're climbing a route is you want to conserve as much energy as possible, because when that fatigue starts to kick in, when that lactic acid starts to kick in, you need to be able to already kind of have an idea of what you're going to do up there, because you don't want to be faced with some unknown problem when you are already kind of running out of gas.
Yeah, and these athletes, a lot of them are bringing experience from previous lead events, so they know the routes tend to get harder at the top because the route setters are looking for separation. So when you're previewing, you're going to pay special attention to what's going on at the top of the wall and really take time to understand what kind of beta you're going to need to execute in order to get that top. So they're bringing that experience and they're trying to use it to their advantage so that, when they get into the point where they're really feeling that pump in their forearms, they've already got a plan that they can execute on.
Et parlant des setters, je veux annoncer c'est qui les setters pour cette compétition. Le chief, c'est Oscar Lanzagorta. Le assistant, c'est Nicolas Voyamoz. Et les autres membres d'équipe, c'est Mika Hosoi et Aidan Doyle. I also want to mention our CEC partners today, our wonderful folks at Sport Canada who've been following us this whole event, getting everything on camera for you. Arc'teryx, Movement Factory, Rock Base, and Rock Digital. Les événements comme ça seront pas possibles sans les partenaires comme ça.
Yeah, and all the volunteers. I mean, it takes an army to get an event like this done. So we have to give a big shout out to all of our volunteers and all our great belayers today. Our belayers go through training so that they can safely provide catch to any of these athletes. And, when and if they do fall off the wall, our belayers are there to make sure our athletes are safe.
Oh, they're going to fall off the wall.
Yeah, we saw some whips yesterday, didn't we?
We did, and the thing is that the whole point is for them to keep climbing until they fall. I guess at the top, technically, they're just going to sit in the harness rather than necessarily fall. But I think the point is not necessarily to have that many people get to the top, but hopefully we get some.
Yeah, definitely. The setters are going to be looking for separation. They don't want to see every athlete top. They want to make sure they've set a hard enough round that they're really presenting a challenge to these athletes. And remember, for these athletes, it is definitely a bit of a training experience for them. I mean, definitely this is lead nationals. It's a big event for them, and a lot of these athletes have their sights set on Youth World Championships. But for others, this is maybe their first time in lead nationals in the semifinal round, and they're going to be using this as an experience and a learning opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. In the Youth B categories, it's unlikely any of those young competitors have been in a national event before. So it's really interesting to watch the younger competitors compared to some of the open senior events. I find that they are a little bit more hesitant. You see the nerves on their body a little bit more. And that's completely normal, of course. But at the same time, I'm continually impressed how composed these very young athletes are under such pressure with such a huge crowd.
Yeah, absolutely. They did an amazing job even, just yesterday. You see some really young kids up there, trying really hard in a pretty big event. We've got a lot of spectators here today and a lot of other athletes are watching them as they go, and yeah, it's definitely impressive to see these young kids who do manage to keep their composure. And, you saw some athletes who maybe didn't get the result they expected on qualifier 1, and they had to kind of, shake it off and get ready to move on to their second qualifier. And we saw that from a lot of them. So I was really impressed also with the composure of some of these less experienced athletes even.
Yes, totally. C'est vrai que les athlètes, ils commencent dans leur... ils commencent à faire de l'escalade comme on dirait de plus en plus jeunes. Donc, ils ont beaucoup plus d'expérience que moi j'avais à 14 ans. Même si moi j'ai commencé assez jeune pour mon temps. La catégorie juvénile B, c'est des athlètes qui vont avoir 14 ou 15 avant la fin de l'année. Et la catégorie juvénile A, c'est les athlètes qui vont avoir 16 ou 17 avant de l'année 2022. Et pour les juniors, c'est des athlètes qui vont avoir 18 ou 19 avant la fin de l'année. Mais ça veut dire pour les Youth B, le juvénile B, ça veut dire qu'il y aura peut-être une athlète qui a juste 13 ans.
Yeah, so the age range for these athletes definitely varies. In our Youth B female category, they're 14 to 15. Youth A male, 16 to 17. And our junior females are going to be anywhere from 18 to 19 years old. So, an age range in these athletes, and definitely, from 14 to 19, that's a lot of competitive experience you can stack into a few years. So you definitely see a little bit of a difference in that experience coming through on the wall.
I think we're getting started. I heard the cheering from the crowd. It's always nice, great to be back after COVID, when we weren't allowed any spectators, when we were allowed events. And she's off. We're starting with we will find out. Well, we've got Alice Bélanger qui commence dans le juvénile B. Et à droite, on a Francesca Parmigiana-Kilborn. So we're doing juvenile A, female. A little bit of a
switch
schedule from what we were told, but that's okay. Fine.
We're adaptable.
Of course, very flexible people, Casey.
Yeah, and they're off to a great start here. Like to see a good, clean start from both athletes. It's always a little nerve-wracking to first pull onto the wall. You as we said earlier, you've got one shot. So any mistakes early on can put you out of finals.
Oh, ooh. And there we have our first fall. And you saw the way the belayer caught her nice and softly.
Catch.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's going to be a pretty low fall. That might be tough, but you got to think you've given it your all. You did make it to semifinals at nationals. So Alice making her way.
And okay, I see what's happened here. We have Youth A and Youth A male and female happening here. So on your left here at bib 575 is Fernand Baudin. Fernand Baudin à gauche. OK, il est en train d'essayer de faire son... Le mur commence d'être un peu plus dévers, là. Ça veut dire que ça prend un peu plus d'effort dans les bras. Et tu veux vraiment garder tes pieds sur le mur quand ça commence d'être un peu plus steep. You can start to see signs of a little bit of a struggle here, but
those athletes want to make those clips happen quickly so that they're using as little energy as possible to move along their path. And
nice effort from Fernand. C'est un bon effort.
Those were some small crimps.
Les setters nous a dit que cette section-là, quand ça commence d'être un peu plus dévers, ce serait la place où on va commencer de voir le monde tomber.
We've got Alice moving along steadily here still. Our first athlete in the Youth B female category. Making some good progress.
Yeah,
Yes.
I like the way she took that. She wrapped her hand.
Yeah, and that's definitely a spot we took a look at earlier, Bonnie, and said that's going to be a hard one to hold. It's a really slopey hold.
Yeah.
You know, and you saw her wrap her whole hand around it, which was the right technique, but maybe just needed a little more squeeze from the fingers into the forearm to keep the pressure on that hold and be able to move past it. So definitely a tough spot. We
Yeah.
probably expecting to see a few falls there today.
We call the trickier sections on a route a crux section. Sometimes there are a few crux sections on a route, and that is definitely perhaps the first major crux on that route. You'll see they're going to wear chalk bags when they climb on boulders. Oftentimes they'll put chalk on their hands on the ground before getting on the wall, but they won't climb with the chalk bag wrapped around their waist because they don't have to go very far. And every time they come off the wall, they can sort of put more chalk on if they need it. Because your hands start to get sweaty as you go, you want to have access to that chalk at all times. And sometimes people chalk up even when they don't necessarily need it. You'll notice that they chalk up just sometimes when they need a break or they're feeling nervous. It's sort of a ritual just to calm themselves down.
Yeah, that's right. You know, you do definitely use that a little bit as just a kind of way to mentally refocus or take a breath in between some difficult moves. Our next athlete's getting up on the wall here.
Don't forget
Daniela Vukovic. She's got a tough last name. Actually know Daniela quite well. She's been competing for a long time.
And our bib 564 there is Erin Mason from Ontario on the left. So, vous allez remarquer qu'il y a du tape noir sur son épaule. Les physios, des fois, ils mettent, ou leurs coachs vont mettre du tape. S'il y a peut-être un petit blessure ou quelque chose qui veut juste maintenir pour être sûr qu'il n'y a pas une blessure. Les épaules sont très travaillées dans l'escalade. Allez, allez, allez.
Ooh. It's a bit of a big move to a small hold. She's got a little crimp that she just missed on top of that green volume.
Okay, Daniela looking pretty calm, which is great. She's on a very open hand. Her hands being open like that means that she's hanging on a bit of a sloper. We call a sloper something that's really round and slopey, does not have very defined edges, and you'll see their hands all the palms of their hands, the whole surface of their hands need to make contact to get the most amount of friction.
Yeah, and Danny's hoping to make finals here today. She's going to put her best effort forward. She's been training really hard for this event, and she's no stranger to competition. She's on her school volleyball team, and she also does jiu-jitsu, and she's quite a fierce athlete in jiu-jitsu.
You'll notice while she's making this clip, she's leaning way back on that left arm. She's keeping it straight. When you're on a steep wall, having straight arms helps distribute the weight to the stronger part of your body, which is your shoulder girdle. And if you have your arms bent too much while it's overhung, you're going to be using your biceps, and they fatigue faster.
Yeah, those smaller muscle groups definitely fatiguing faster.
So these athletes do all of these things just instinctively. These are things that we like to teach people when they first start to climb. And
so this is interesting. She's just going back and forth on whether or not she wants to take this hold with her left or right hand, and I think she's got something good going on here. Ooh.
That was a really good effort.
Yeah, definitely. I'm curious to see how athletes will move through that.
I was thinking when I saw Alice on
Alice.
there that she needed to get her body more to the left, because in order for that sideways facing hold to be better, you need to be leaning away from it. So I think she had the right idea, Daniela, starting to shift her body to the left and then push away with her foot on the
that-
lower blue one. Yeah.
Yeah, or even the small yellow hold to the right there.
Yeah.
You can see that will definitely be useful for the athletes, and they're going to be moving up to that smaller blue hold crimp. So
We'll get back to that when they can see it on the
yeah,
screen.
that's right.
So here we have Joseph Gray from Ontario. À gauche, on a Joseph Gray d'Ontario. Et à droite, pour les juvéniles A, ça doit être Sophie Trottier. Joseph is using the side of the wall there. There is a little hold there. Il y a une petite prise. OK, we just saw Sophie. Elle a réussi la prise où Samantha est tombée. Donc déjà là, elle est en avance de Samantha et Francesca.
Yeah,
Oh, ça c'était bien réussi.
some powerful moves down low on these routes here.
She's in the tricky section here, Sophie. It's a steeper part of the wall, and these volumes, the ones especially without the holds, are sometimes a little harder to know where and how to grab them. The little black holds are small if you look at them, but these athletes are very good at holding small holds.
Yeah. It's almost, you could imagine hanging off of a door frame. Kind of use that analogy.
Oh,
Ooh, just coming out of
that
it.
was, I think, very unexpected. I think we have Acadia Marr for the Youth B female. For more photos and some instant replays, everyone should go and follow CEC Instagram. It's at Climb Canada.
Yeah, they've got lots of great photos from the event.
Amazing photos. These folks have been working hard the whole time, posting amazing pics of our athletes.
Acadia gonna enter this cruxy bit that we've seen the other athletes wrestling with.
Yeah, let's see if she can get past Daniela and Alice's high points. Ça a l'air loin pour elle. Elle doit être un peu plus petite. Donc, il fallait vraiment qu'elle se rende loin.
Yeah, big shouldery move.
Elle a l'air très confortable.
She's gonna make that clip, and let's see how she approaches this hold. We've seen athletes try a couple different things. Again, just trying to wrestle with which way do I go here, and she knows that hold doesn't feel great, so she's dipping in that chalk bag.
Yeah, it is really, there's nothing on there, folks. There's not another little screwed on hold. Look at her, that's great. She put her right foot out. Oh! Donc, je pense que ça va être pareil. Parce que Daniela aussi, elle a fait un effort de bouger après la prise. Acadia aussi, donc ça va être une prise, la prise bleue plus. Là, on a Ziyu d'Ontario à droite et Sophie à gauche. We haven't seen anybody really get past these large black scoops on the men's problem yet. I guess it's a route. Je suis tellement habituée de parler des problèmes de bloc. But it's like a mini problem, actually.
Yeah, some of these routes have boulder problems within them, don't
That's
they?
right.
And we're going to see one maybe here
Oh.
from Sophie.
She's doing great through this little green volume section. Just hanging off like the side of a pool there on that. Oh, she's getting a jam. She jammed her hand in between the two volumes. That was a really interesting technique. Great. I like that. That was
Ziyu getting
Come
through
on.
these crimps and getting Up to a high point here, I think, on
Well, he
our youth female route.
he definitely surpassed the high point of Joseph.
But
Oui, on a-
Adrian Fraser getting started on her youth B female route. Nice heel hook there.
These athletes are very good at using their heels and their legs like arms almost sometimes.
Yeah, you see them really dig their toes into some of these holds just to get a little extra weight off of their arms.
Yeah. And you can see those toes are used to pull their whole leg over. It's not just about pushing down, which is, of course, the initial sort of technique that one learns. And then after a while, you're like, okay, there's more than just pushing down. There's also pulling in toward you. There's using your heel to just keep you from swinging open.
Now I'm a little worried she hasn't made this clip yet.
She needs to
clip that draw before she
Her
proceeds.
feet cannot go above the draw, actually. That is the rule. But she did it. She just walked right through there. That was fantastic.
No problem.
Come on. She might be getting a little tired, folks. And le mur commence à être très, très à pic. C'est comme quasiment un toit ici.
You see a little shake.
Oh.
Going for the plus there.
Yeah, they always do that. If they feel like they're getting really tired and maybe they're not even, they know they're not going to get the next hold.
Yeah, they're gonna try for that little bit of extra upward movement. And the judges want to see their bodies moving up. It's not just about moving your arm up. It's about moving your whole body up to that next hold.
All right, we have Jacob Lowe on the right here.
And Alexandra Smith on the left. Our youth A athletes on screen at the same time.
These routes can go by so fast. It's sometimes you think you're watching a route and you think, wow, this is a long way to go, and then it takes, but before you know it, they're into the thick of it and the action is on.
Can't stress how small those holds are on the right side there.
Hey, she's making great work. She's got a high point now. This is really good work from Alexandra.
Getting that clip done.
Jacob too. He's right in the neighborhood of where we've been seeing falls. That was tricky. Les pieds.
And Alexandra
Yeah.
getting into the next section here. We've got these big green volumes. Oh, just coming down. That was a great effort from Alexandra. We've got Riley Doherty started here on the Youth B female route here.
So you'll start to get to know the route. You're going to see these girls getting on. You're going to watch these moves over, and then you'll start to see, little by little, the routes getting climbed higher and higher. That's the goal anyway.
Yeah, and you'll be able to envision at home what the beta is for these routes as they climb.
So beta is the term we use to describe sort of the
sequence of moves.
Yeah. Le bêta, c'est la séquence qu'on choisit pour passer à travers les sections dans une voie et dans un bloc. On parle beaucoup de bêta parce que des fois, il y a plusieurs sortes de bêta. Il n'y en a pas juste une façon de faire quelque chose, comme c'est souvent le cas dans la vie. On va avoir du bêta différentes quand on a des grandeurs différentes, les forces différentes. Juste un style qu'on aime grimper, des fois, c'est différent. Le monde, des fois, il aime ça sauter. Il aime ça faire des moves super puissantes. Des fois, le monde, il veut être en contrôle tout le temps. Ils vont grimper très, très statiquement. En général, quand le monde grimpe les voies, il aime ça être en contrôle le plus possible parce que c'est une façon de conserver l'énergie. Et si tu utilises beaucoup de puissance, tu fais les moves dynamiques, c'est le fun. Il y a beaucoup de risques, plus de risques, mais si tu es bonne dans les sauts, tu peux... ça serait peut-être la façon que tu veux le faire, sauf finalement, tu vas peut-être perdre l'énergie.
We've got Paige Louis on our Youth A route, Youth A female route.
And Simon Fortin-Lavoie à droite.
These are our 6 athletes out of 26 athletes to come in our semi-round today.
Yep, that is the standard amount that go through. We have fewer athletes going through to a semi-final round in our junior categories because there were a lot less
entries.
A lot fewer entries this event.
And these athletes are coming out in the reverse order that they were ranked after the qualifying round yesterday.
She's looking very comfortable. I like the heel. Now she put her toe in between those 2 green volumes. Et aussi Simon, il arrive dans la section dure, le premier crocs.
Looking very composed.
Lui aussi. Allez, regarde comment sa main est ouverte. C'est vraiment pas super bonne la prise. Il faut vraiment que tu restes dessus pour avoir le plus de contact. OK, on a un peu d'excitement à gauche ici.
Come on, Paige.
Oh, la même place, la même place.
You know, it's funny, some of these athletes, you just don't see the strain on their face. I mean, I thought Paige was looking very composed, and then, you know, suddenly they just kind of pop off.
That is true. It is very interesting to see the way that you can read the climbers or not. Like, you have them that are shaking the whole time. You think, oh my gosh, they're going to fall at any second, but they just keep on going forever.
Yes.
And then you have some that you think, oh my goodness, they're going to climb forever, and they just pop off.
Yeah.
So, yeah, sometimes it's hard to know.
I'm the one that looks like I'm struggling the whole way.
Really?
Oh, yeah, for sure, especially on routes.
Imali, pilote jeté ici. Québec, elle est rendue dans le premier crocs ici pour les juvéniles B.
These athletes do a lot of preparation in advance. There's a lot of routes they've climbed before they got here today.
Allez, Imali, c'est super. Elle lit ça bien comme il faut. Vraiment bien grimpé. Come on.
Yes.
Very nice.
And she's small.
Yeah. Elle est
Smaller
petite,
athlete.
mais elle est vraiment forte. Puis aussi, tu vois que ça travaille le cerveau. Elle n'a pas fait ça trop vite.
No problem.
Elle cherche ses pieds. Elle regarde.
Oh, wow. That was a great performance.
Wow, on dirait que la main est juste glissée, en fait.
Yeah, just popped right off there, but she was looking really good. She's got to be happy with that.
I hope so. That's around the same spots where we've seen people before her fall, so.
That's about 2/3 up the wall.
Maggie Argitu from Ontario.
Maggie comes from a gym with a really big overhung roof, so she's going to be no stranger to long, hard routes.
On attend pour Jolene à gauche. Et voilà, à droite. Il vient de Québec aussi.
Maggie cutting feet there. You kind of want to see the athletes keep their feet on the wall as much as possible. It helps them take the weight out of their arms and let their big leg muscles do some of the work for them.
Yeah,
So
cutting feet, for those of you maybe a little new to this, being spectators for this sport, is when the competitors just take their feet off the wall and hang on their arms for a minute. And as I was saying earlier, in a route climb, when you stay on the wall climbing the whole time, you want to conserve as much energy as possible. So you want to have enough energy to do those hard moves at the top of the wall. So it may be kind of fun, and you may be quite good at doing dynamic moves, but sometimes it might be best to be slower and more static.
Yeah, just to save a little bit of that
Juice.
energy.
Right.
It's hard sometimes, at the start of a climb, you're feeling really fresh and you're like, cool, no problem, cut my feet. But you may pay for that when you get into the harder bits at the top of the route. So,
Of course, it does depend on style. Some people are going to actually be faster and more efficient with some bigger moves. And if you try to go too static and slowly, then maybe you're going to overgrip. So, it is a question of style and knowing what you are good at.
we've got Brooke White
Yeah.
getting into this first cruxy bit here. We're going to see that big shoulder press out to the right side. And there is a little hold, a little crimp just tacked onto that right hand blue hold she's got right now. She's going to come up into this pinch. You can see her whole thumb wrapped around that yellow hold. Undercling with the right hand. And let's see what hand she takes. Getting the clip done. Now that's interesting because we saw another athlete clip quite a bit later. She's choosing to clip before this move.
I think that's probably better, but, it worked out fine. So, at the end of the day, it was not about coming all the way around to the left to push. It's about just being straight underneath it and having your right foot up on that little yellow hold. The athletes are getting through that section easier now.
Yeah.
As we move up the ranking.
Yeah, we're seeing more progress. Ooh, we've got
Very
a high
nice.
point here.
Excellent. Let's see.
Oh, wow, a really good effort.
Don't worry, she didn't hurt herself.
Just a little bonk into
A little
the wall.
bonk. Ça arrive des fois de faire un petit tombe, une petite chute comme ça.
And just underneath the head wall of that climb. So,
Yeah, we have Kayla Chan here. Kayla's brother is also here competing, Christian.
first dynamic move. Ooh, and just misses that. I think she's going to be maybe a bit frustrated
Wow,
with that.
yeah.
That's an unexpected early fall.
Yeah,
for
look at her
Kayla
face.
there.
That is definitely not what she was hoping for. And these are the sad reality of one shot at a route. And she is not alone. This happens at all levels. I've seen it at World Cup events.
Yeah, I mean, you see people, fall right at the start of a route, and it's just heartbreaking because you want to see these athletes give it their all. You want to see, you want to see them do their best, and we know she can do more.
Oh, yeah. Il s'est rendu là, il veut avoir une chance de montrer ce qu'ils sont capables de faire.
We've got Emmett Booth
From
Newfoundland.
We saw him at the block event as well.
That's right. They had 7 athletes come out. I don't know if we've ever seen that many athletes from Newfoundland come out before.
At a national event? Yeah, I'm not so sure. That's a great showing. That's great to see. I didn't count how many of them actually competed in the lead event, but Emmett definitely excelling in both disciplines. Okay, the right foot there has been a bit of a...
Okay, he's getting as much surface area of his shoe.
Yeah, it is not a good foot. That's what I was a little wary of. I've seen people put their feet out there and have it slip before.
Sophie King on the bib 423.
And Sienna Marr on the left with the pink shorts. And the fabulous monster chalk bag.
Yeah, I like those chalk bags. Pretty fun.
Yeah.
Sophie told me she coaches at her local gym. She loves teaching young athletes and trying to pass on as many of her skills and share as much knowledge as she can. She said she loves to see those athletes develop under her coaching, and she seems to enjoy it quite a bit.
That's so cool, seeing the mentorship happen already at this
Even
level.
at a young age, yeah.
That's amazing. Sophie making her way through this shouldery section. Every time I see the girls get in there, I'm just like, whoa.
Yeah, you see their muscles engage. And
Sienna making really big moves, pushing with her leg.
that's where we see bouldering and lead unite.
Yes. The bouldering skills are really useful on routes. It means you have the power.
Yeah, and I think over the years we've seen routes change for sure, and we see more of an influence of bouldering in routes.
Come on. We got to get these athletes through these harder sections. They want to hear the crowd cheering.
Come on, Sienna.
There is a nice crowd here today.
Sophie getting up high, taking a little rest. You see her shake her arm.
Super.
This big move into this big,
Ooh.
we call it a Waco. Ooh, and getting
Vraiment intéressant comme technique.
some funky heel hooking here to get this clip done. This looks like a really interesting position.
Elle fait ce qu'elle veut pour garder ses pieds sur le mur. She's keeping her feet on. It's important to try to keep your feet on, as we've mentioned before, to conserve your energy. That was really well thought out. Super bien pensé.
Making it through those Wacos, no problem. Dropping another big heel up here. Let's see if she can get onto the head wall. You can see she's trying to shake some of that lactic acid out. Get rid of a bit of that pumped up feeling in the forearms. She's looking really good. She's got two pretty small crimps to deal with, and that can be really tough.
Nice.
That arm bend.
We're seeing some high point action here, folks. This is excellent.
Oh, wow. That
Excellent.
was fantastic climbing from Sophie King.
She really levered up on that right leg of hers and the heel, which is really excellent plan. Just didn't have enough in those arms to pull through to the next hold.
Really good use of heels for her. Really good use.
All right, this is Jonah Phillips getting into the big fish mouth of a hold here. Just looks like a big bass mouth.
Hello.
Okay. And I want to see somebody get through here.
Yeah, and these pink holds are not super textured, so you really need to squeeze. You can see his thumb with the pressure there.
Yeah, he's trying to use his open-handed sort of crimp and then the press with the thumb. He's pinching also a little bit on the lip of the black scoop with his left hand. I feel like maybe a heel is what maybe needs to happen here on the left.
Got Leah Latour on our Youth A route, our Youth A female route here. And we'll see Charlotte Richards on screen shortly as well.
Leah Latour de Québec. J'ai vu son nom souvent dans les listes de compétition.
Charlotte wasn't happy with her qualifying round yesterday, so she's hoping to make some more progress here in semis.
Well, thankfully it starts fresh.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, they're coming out in reverse order, but there's no return to qualifiers unless there is a tie.
Charlotte told us she eats a big steak before each of her comps.
Interesting.
Luxurious. She skis and she plays ringette in the winter.
Ringette?
Yeah.
Wow, that's kind of cool.
Yeah. She's looking forward to a clean semi round
Okay,
today.
come on. Leah getting into the... Look at she doesn't even have her pinky on there. Okay, she put it on. That was, I was going to say, I was like, get all those fingers in. The more fingers, the better. You see a little bit of hesitation kicking in here for Leah. She's doesn't want to make any mistakes now. She knows it's going to start getting harder.
Yep.
Yes, that was fantastic.
Dropping her heel.
That's right. Wants to make that clip quickly.
Oh, and just made that clip in time. Ooh, that can be spicy.
Yeah, you kind of saw that things were getting interesting there because she started to have a little look of like intensity on her face.
Good.
Noah Folliot.
Charlotte making it through. They're sorting out how to deal with this big sloper, and she gets through it. Here we go. Let's see it.
Noah making that clip.
Charlotte gonna get into the roofie bit. here of this route. And it can always be a little bit intimidating. I mean, for me, to be looking up at a roof, you're like, ooh, okay, here we go.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, and a good effort from Charlotte. Hopefully.
C'est la deuxième personne où la main a glissé.
Yes, yeah, just slipping out of that.
And here we have Noah working his way into these very small pink crimps. He doesn't have his, oh, he does have a pinky there, but he's got his little, they're very small. But I think they're in cut. They're not like terrible. They look really hard for people that don't rock climb.
Matching this big hold, this big scoop. And he's going to come up on that foothold, Bonnie, you were talking about earlier, out right.
Ooh, ooh.
Oh,
man.
Quite getting there.
Yeah, those crimps actually, yeah, I mean, they're positive, but they're not
small.
Enormous. Man, that section is really tough for those guys. We've yet to see someone get through it.
Got Grace Bowles on our A female route.
And Ella Vole from Ontario on the right on the Youth B route.
It's interesting, we're kind of seeing both our female athletes here having this roof encounter partway up the wall where it's definitely proving to be challenging there.
The Youth B route is slightly overhung, and then it really kicks back to almost like a roof. The Youth A route seems to get just slightly more overhung at every change in color of the panel wall sections. Looking very composed here. Wrapping her hands around those holds, getting as much arm and hand purchase in there as possible. Placing that heel. A lot of these competitors were also in the bouldering competition, so that is going to play a little bit into their energy levels. Very nice effort from Ella here. Coming in, pressing up. Wow, that's a interesting way.
Oh.
Yeah, I was a little bit uncertain if that was going to work out. I was hoping that she would just get that heel on. Luca Gay here from Alberta. Let's see if we can have a Youth A guy get through this tricky section, Casey.
Yeah.
The setters have a real challenge here because we have such a range of skill level in these categories. They want to make sure that there's separation in the top athletes. They can't have it too easy. But they also need to make sure, they will want to make sure that people get past this section.
Yeah, they want to see a top.
Of course.
They do want to see a top.
Yeah. And we also don't want everybody falling in the same place, ideally.
Right. And here he goes. He's going to get that right foot.
There, yes. He's really pushing for the precarious sloping
Looking good
half moon.
He's going to come to a really small crimp.
If he gets that crimp, I think that's a high point. Nice.
Looking really good here.
Yes. The sequence is a little tricky.
And you're seeing that blue X. That means these athletes need to clip that before they move on.
Very nice cross under. Beautifully read. He's reading that route very well. Come on.
Here the crowd's excited.
Yeah, I'm excited. Come on, Luca.
He's getting a little extra chalk on the hands.
Nice. Come on. The pump's going to be kicking in here, Casey, but he's just going to keep on.
Oh, wow.
That was fantastic. Nice. work from Luca. That's a high point for sure. Okay.
Sophia Smale on our Youth B route here on the right-hand side of your screen.
And Eliane Loftus on the left.
Sophia said that's her power hat.
Nice. I want a power hat.
Yeah. Where do we get one? She likes boulder and lead, and she does a lot of camping and skiing with her family.
We were talking, Casey, yesterday, the day before during the block competition about these different rituals and routines that people do.
Or superstitions. Even.
Yeah, which the power hat's probably one of those things, and it's your favorite pair of socks, your
funky pants.
Yeah, funky pants. We've seen all kinds of things.
See some kids write things on their shoulders.
Some motivational words, yeah. Eliane here, coming into those tiny little black crimps, which, by the way, do not have a lot of friction on them. There's just one little section that's got the white part has friction, and then the black shiny part does not.
Come on.
Yeah, struggling through here, but you just keep on going.
Sophia getting up through this sloper.
Yeah. Power hat is
Power hat's working.
It's magic. On a Lachlan Radstack ici. Pas sur l'écran. Oui, à gauche.
Sophia into the roof here. We know the split's hard. Just comes down in a good safe catch from our belayers here.
Yeah, we've seen the trick in that roof section is to keep your feet on the wall. So you need to find a way to get the heel up or dig a toe down. Here we go, Lachlan. Il dépassait la section dure qu'on a vu tellement de gars avoir de la misère tantôt. Et là, il lit la section vraiment bien.
Toss that right arm through.
Now you...
Yes.
Yes, that was excellent.
That takes a lot of tension.
Now the pump's going to start kicking in through these crimps, and he's got to get all those fingers on there. That's
you could just see a little shake, and I thought, ooh.
Yeah. So he will be a little bit behind Luca. He didn't get quite as far through that crimp section as Luca did, but that will put him definitely near the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, it was a great performance.
And we're going to see Clara Morin qui commence sur le juvénile A pour les filles.
And Ella Ricci from Alberta.
That section is very interesting on the guys' route there. It's very aesthetic too. These route setters have set something not only challenging for the route setters, but also really pleasing for spectators to watch. Okay. Everybody off to a
good start. Ella eyeing up this big shoulder press. See her head pop back a little bit. Sometimes that can be a sign of fatigue, but it is a tough move.
Or just try hard, maybe.
Yeah.
Just try hard.
See, she's hip scum.
And look, she's clipping with her arm bent. She's like pulled herself in there, but because she's sitting there. Exactly.
Yeah, that hip jammed in there.
That's cool. That's a nice way to save some energy.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Pushing with the right foot, leaning a bit to the left, like we had discussed. Getting into that crimp, the blue one, very, very small.
Across
And a
down.
low fall from Clara.
Ooh, that's-
Elle est tombée, je sais pas aussi haut qu'elle aimerait. Elle aura aimé.
You can hear Ella's teammates and friends cheering her on.
She's coming into this roof section, folks, so let's watch how she uses those feet. Regardons ses pieds. Faut qu'elle garde quelque chose.
Oh,
C'est ça le problème. Je pense qu'il pense qu'il puisse prendre les deux prises sans pied, mais la prise à gauche n'est pas assez bonne. I think these girls think that they can maybe hit that jug because it looks so big, the right one that they're throwing to, and maybe cut their feet and then put them back on. But
Yes.
actually, the hold on the left is
Not
really
that
not
good.
good enough for that. Or you have to just intentionally squeeze the pinch harder to keep your feet, to keep your hand on it.
yeah. Hopefully we'll see that again shortly.
Aramis Veillette
Looking really
sur
good.
les juvéniles A.
Looks like maybe a taller athlete.
Yeah.
See a little shake in his body. Sometimes that's nerves and sometimes that's effort. Ooh, and just not quite getting that clip done, but our savvy belayers
Yeah.
prepared for anything.
Yeah, I think you were right about the effort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you just, you could have a hard time shaking the nerves, You know that when you get on the wall, it's one shot, and sometimes that can kind of get in your head, and that does sometimes show up as that little shake you see.
There's a term we use, it's called overgripping, and it can often happen when you're nervous. And it just means that you're squeezing a hold, but you're squeezing it way harder than necessary. You always want to use the minimal amount of energy necessary to stay on the wall. And this is something you have to practice. And normally, when you're just having a fun session at the gym, you will do it instinctively. But in a situation like this, it's very easy to just start. You really just so don't want to fall that you just squeeze it extra hard. And while that sounds like a great idea in theory, you might not have enough endurance to do that all the way up the route.
See the athletes put the rope in their mouth and gather a little extra slack so they can get the rope up into the draw. We've got Ainsley Rolstad from Alberta.
So là, sur la voie pour les juvéniles A, on a Oscar est en train de brosser les prises. Tu le vois pas, c'est pas sur la caméra en ce moment, mais il y a une petite pause parce que après quelques athlètes, les prises en haut commencent à être un peu peut-être il manque de friction, il y a trop de craie là-dessus. Donc ils vont monter, ils vont brosser les prises. Ils essayent de faire ça comme c'est égal pour toutes les athlètes.
So for our Youth B females, we've got Sophie King in first place right now with Ella Ricci and Sophia Smale behind her. Sophie's got the high point so far.
And Ainsley is approaching this tricky roof section. OK, on veut voir ce qu'elle va faire. OK, deux mains là-dessus, monte ses pieds.
So you get that.
Allez.
Oh,
OK,
yeah.
oui.
Yeah.
Elle a vraiment
Come
poussé
on.
avec son orteil gauche. C'était excellent.
She's going to clip before
Oh,
she can move on. Get
she's got a little
shake.
sewing machine leg happening there. Okay, good.
Come
Keep
here.
breathing.
Come on.
Allez.
Into these crimps.
Oh, come on.
And just not quite able to snag one of those crimps. That was a great performance.
Great fight.
That's going to put her up at the top here somewhere.
Super, Ainsley. Félicitations.
Let's see how that works out. And we've got brushers doing a little bit of cleaning here between our athletes.
Yep, we have Aiden, one of the setters now, doing the brush down on the Youth A males.
So Ainsley Rolstad getting herself into second place behind Sophie King with that performance.
Nice.
Looking really good. And if you're looking to follow along with our live results, you can visit the Climbing Escalade Canada website to find a link. You'll find it at cec.results.info.
These setters have been working so hard. to create these boulders. There's not a formula, there's not a set route that these athletes climb, that they know. It is a creative process that the setters go through, and it's not an easy one. So I think a lot of people underestimate the job that the setters have.
So for our Youth A males, we have Luca Gay, Lachlan Radstad, and Jolyn Hanel in our top spots right now.
Thanks so much to Sport Canada and Sport Canada TV for being our partners here and for broadcasting this event. Thanks to Arc'teryx, Rockbase, Movement Factory, and Rock Digital. And also to our local sponsors, Aiello, Tourisme Laval, Gouvernement de Québec, and of course our host gym, Canyon Escalade.
This is a great facility, a bright, wide open space.
Yeah, the walls are incredible here. It's a really beautiful.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind playing here.
Casey Wilson here with me, folks. I'm Bonnie DeBryan.
Yeah.
We used to compete together long time ago.
A long time ago. I guess not that long. My last competition was only a few years ago, but
yeah, not that long, I guess. But we started a long time ago.
That's right. Never lead comps for me, though, really.
No?
No, mostly boulder. I did a couple lead comps here and there, but it wasn't really my thing.
Yeah. I started with lead and roots only, and then because there were no boulder competitions at that time, and then there was this wonderful transition.
Yeah, it's amazing how things have changed. I mean, the CEC has given these athletes a lot of opportunity to gain experience. It's obviously been tough with COVID. These last 2 years have been really difficult on the athletes trying to keep up their training, when you're seeing gyms having to close and open and close again potentially in some areas. So it is difficult, but the CEC is doing a great job. They're trying to give these athletes as many competition opportunities as possible, and it really does benefit them.
Yes, and what they did, we had to cancel the regional events because of the Omicron outbreak in the the winter, and so they allowed more athletes to compete in this national event than usual. They upped the quota because the goal ultimately is to give these kids the opportunity to compete and see how they measure up against the rest of the country, give them experience. And so, yeah, that's been amazing to see so many people at this event.
Yeah, I mean, these youth events have really, acted as a staging area or a training ground for these athletes who then move on eventually into the senior circuit. So, you're seeing some of the very well-known youth athletes at World Cups now.
Yeah, that's really cool. So we have back on deck Jack Whitney. Back on the rope, we have, this is the Youth A male. You'll recognize those giant black scoops. Jack Whitney retourne, les athlètes retournent sur le mur. We are basically in the second half of our running order for our semifinal round right now.
Yeah, with about 12 athletes remaining in each group.
Team BC, lots of representatives from Team BC and Alberta and Ontario and Quebec. It's like everybody's
coast to
here.
Coast and Newfoundland. So
exactly.
It's truly a coast-to-coast event. There we go.
And we have Rena on our screen on the left from Ontario.
Rena Gal. I'm going for it.
Okay, he just made quick work of that section. We're going to see these crimps, the little crimps, black and pink. If you go there with control, you can hold them.
And Jack's a pretty tall athlete.
Yeah, he tried to really reach that with his foot on the low volume. I think he needed to weight his left foot more and press up on his left leg. Sometimes it can be a little bit of a detriment if you're too used to climbing tall, there's a thing we call climbing tall. It means that you keep your feet lower down. And when smaller people tend to get their feet up higher more often because that's how they're going to reach things.
Rena,
Yeah,
a
looking
smaller
good.
athlete.
Yeah, parlant de grandeur.
Jamming a big heel in between those two volumes as she gets that clip done.
It's just going to help take the weight off her arms.
She's
Very nice.
coming up on the halfway
Yeah.
mark of this route.
She's looking a little tired now, just starting, that fatigue starting to kick in.
Yeah, and the name of the game with route climbing is
oof.
just fighting through
Come
that
on.
pump.
Yeah, she didn't even want to try to clip. You know, clipping is not part of the point score. You don't get
Right.
points for clipping.
Right, it's just mandatory. From
You
a
just have to
safety
do it.
perspective.
That's right. So if you're starting to feel a little tired, you're going to see the competitors are going to just try to move up through the holds and get the highest points. And they might just leave that clip.
Yeah, they're going for that plus.
That's right. Or just the next hold. As long as your feet don't go past the draw, then you will get credit for the holds that you touch.
Yeah, and you know, when you're climbing on a route, you're always thinking like, what's the best place to clip? You're trying to decide as you go, and these athletes have to decide a little bit on the fly. Like, should I clip from this hold? Is this good? If I move to the next one, is it going to feel a little bit easier? So you're making that decision on the fly as you're moving through the route.
Well, I don't know. Sometimes I think that's very specifically something that the athletes look for from in the preview section. They think to themselves,
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
where am I going to clip from that?
Yeah.
But yes, it often is just something that you don't know until you get there.
Yeah, sometimes a hold doesn't feel the way you
Yeah.
thought it was going to feel from the ground.
That's
so.
right. Yeah. I remember definitely thinking, okay, well, I'll clip from there, and then, you get in there, you're like, no, can't clip from here, actually.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of adjustments that the competitors are going to have to make all the way along because they're going to have a plan. Ils vont avoir un plan, ils vont avoir une idée de comment ils vont grimper la voie. Mais quand tu arrives là, puis si c'est comme juste pas comment tu vas visualiser, il faut changer ton plan.
Yeah, we were speaking during the boulder round about how some athletes are maybe a little more intuitive climbers versus others who are maybe a little bit more of a, an engineer when it comes to their climbing, have a little bit more of a plan from the ground that they maybe stick to more firmly than others.
Le bleu X, ça c'est une indication que les grimpeurs, il faut qu'ils clippent ça avant de voyager un peu à gauche. Parce que c'est très dangereux vu que ils vont pas directement en haut, ils vont un peu à gauche. Ça veut dire que s'ils clippent pas, ils vont peut-être tomber comme drôlement. Allez, excellent. Allez, Hugo. Hugo Fortier, là, il est en train de dépasser. C'est le high point. Excellent.
Really good here.
Oui, travailler à travers les crimps. Excellent.
Oh,
Nice. Come on.
Let's go.
C'est bon, là. Il commence à être fatigué. Il faut qu'il fasse le clip, je pense. Non, il
really
voulait
good
juste avoir le
climbing.
prix. C'était excellent.
Wow.
Hugo Fortier avec le high point à date.
Yeah, and not to be missed here, we've got Graciela Briggs. Graciela did not have the round she was expecting during qualifiers
Yeah, no, let's
yesterday.
talk about that, Casey, because I was on edge, I have to say. I had sweaty hands. Graciela was on the podium for the block nationals, and she had her sights on finals for sure. She was a favorite to go through to finals, and she was the athlete we were talking about before who just climbed right past the second clip on her first route, and
She was called down for not clipping and therefore ended up very low in the standings from that first route. And you saw Graciela walk off. She was obviously not pleased with her performance, but she took time to step away and recollect, and she knew she had to give it her all on her second route, and she did absolutely that, and that's why we're seeing her here today. She's mid-pack. She's going to be looking to move up far from where she is currently in the standings. So we'll see.
Sometimes that pressure, like she knew on that second round in qualifier that she needed to rank, top 3, top 5 in order to offset the very low ranking that she got on the first qualifier route.
Marie-Andre Roy.
Yep, some sports action over there. She's in the big green scoops, sloping.
Oh.
Yeah, those girls are not clipping that. They just have all been looking really tired.
Yes. I think, that's when the wall really starts to kick out over, into the overhang, and it definitely can power you down.
Graciela climbing with a lot of
Caution.
yes, thank you. I was like, she is so deliberate with every movement because she just does not want to make any mistakes this time.
Yeah, so I haven't seen Graciela climb routes before. I've only ever seen her bouldering in the gym. So I don't know if this is just her normal style or if we're just seeing maybe a little bit of a reflection of her experience from
She's
qualifiers.
too reached out. That was not, that's so weird. I was just thinking she, I think, thought that hold might have been better, that maybe she could have cut her feet, but she really, really needed to get her feet up earlier. You need to get them up so that when your body moves away from the wall, you still can push down with your foot. She couldn't do that because she was too stretched out.
Yeah.
Now we have Anthony Aiello de Quebec qui grimpe. It's starting to heat up a little bit.
Yes.
The cruxy section is now moving higher. These guys are moving through the first crux pretty easily now. Le crux qui est importante maintenant, c'est pas le premier section qu'on a vu au début. Maintenant, c'est la section un peu plus dévers avec des vraiment petites prises, des crimps ici. Puis il grimpe bien, l'Anthony. Super bien. Allez. Come on. Il fait la... Oh, il a essayé de matcher, ça a juste glissé. C'est tough quand ça glisse parce que tu sais pas si c'est à cause que ta main avait, trop sué ou c'était parce que ton corps commençait d'être un peu moins tensionné. Il y avait pas assez de tension. It's difficult to know sometimes if you're slipping because just you didn't chalk up, the hold was greasy, or because you just kind of started to lose tension.
Yeah, just maybe didn't have the endurance you needed at that point.
Yeah, the little pieces start to come apart, all the things that you're just doing in the beginning, all that tension that you have in your body, it starts to maybe get a little bit loose.
Anna Roswald having her chance at her semi-route. I love how all these athletes have left their lead tags on their harnesses. You can see the little cards hanging off that confirms they're lead certified.
at their local gyms. Yes. So wait, Anna, and then on the right-hand side of your screen, Annie-Sophie Gontier, une autre athlète du Québec. We're watching Anna come through this first little tricky section. Là commence d'être peut-être moins une section importante. Faut vraiment là ça commence d'être plus haut que ça compte. Là, elle cherche un peu là, on dirait que elle a la misère un peu. Come on. Ouais. On dirait que elle commençait de paniquer un petit peu.
I think we need to remember too, these athletes, some of them have competed in the boulder round already, and Anna Roswald is one of those athletes. I talk to athletes in ISO and they all consistently said to me, I'm exhausted.
Totally.
They are tired. So, to make it here to the semifinal round at Lead Nationals after performing in the boulder round, to me is impressive no matter what the result is. But yeah, you have to relate, or you have to empathize with the exhaustion they've got to be feeling.
Yeah, that's an immense amount of the intensity required over the course of 5 days.
Sophie just getting into this big shoulder move again, which
very
we've seen
hesitant.
a few athletes come out of.
She's not looking super comfortable here. She needs to get over to the right.
Oh.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, we wanted to see a bend in the right arm to just get some of her weight pressed into the right side of that.
Yep. And this is Lucas Edmonds from BC that we see here coming up through the. Ooh, that's not the way to go. See if he makes an adjustment. And he does. Making a nice little change to his beta that he thought was the right way.
Yeah, and Lucas is another athlete. We saw him at Youth Boulder Nationals just a couple days ago.
Yeah, yeah.
And he came sixth, so he did great. Let's see how lead works out.
Yeah, he's looking good.
Yeah, he's looking solid.
Yeah, he's really focusing on those feet. I've noticed he's really making sure that he puts them on those little pink screwed on holds.
I think we're going to see
this is a high point. This is definitely a high. Oh no, he didn't clip the other guy who was going around the lip there. I think it was Luca.
Yeah, we did have an athlete reach for that hold to the right.
Yeah, that was Luca, I believe. Maybe, actually. Hard to keep track. Nice, amazing.
Just a tiny foot jib he's got there for the right foot, and the left heel goes high.
This is excellent. Look at that. That was very intelligent.
Amazing. You're looking really good, Lucas. Come on.
Yes, Lucas. Come on. Come on.
Lucas
this
eyeing
is
up that next section, and he knows he's looking at the top.
Come on. Get the foot on.
Setters have a tick mark up there. They can see where they need
to
go.
What?
And
oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
See the bend in the arm.
Come on. Get the
taller.
foot on that foothold.
Oh, wow. And that was a
That was incredible.
great climb.
Definitely.
From Lucas Edmonds.
Wow, Casey, that was awesome.
Yeah, and he came 19th at Senior Lead and Speed Nationals. So, I'm not surprised to see him get up high there. It was great effort.
Okay, Luca was the first one to break through the first crimp section, so that wasn't the same person to go around the corner. But now we have a new high point. He's the next person to break through the next crux section. That was exciting.
And off screen, we saw Hannah Musgrave with a pretty low fall, I think, for Hannah. She's probably not going to be super excited about that.
Yes, she did very well at the bouldering event. And so oftentimes, not always, are athletes really high performers in both categories, but it does happen. Yeah, for sure.
Sometimes you have an unexpected fall, and you never know. But she did third at our Youth Boulder Nationals.
Yeah.
And you know that took a lot of energy too. So she could just be feeling a little bit of fatigue from the previous event and.
So yeah, like I was saying, c'est pas souvent que, c'est pas tout le temps que les compétiteurs ils sont des bonnes performeurs dans les deux disciplines, mais souvent, ces jours-là, le monde il grimpe souvent les deux disciplines. Especially because in the Olympics in Paris, it's going to be a combined medal for bouldering and routes. And so these youth competitors, I mean, not all of them are thinking about the Olympics per se, but it's a benefit to climb routes for a boulderer, and it's a benefit to boulder for a route climber. So they often do both.
Yeah, and even if they're not looking at Paris, they could be looking to a future event, right? Like some of these athletes are thinking really long term about their climbing careers.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I'm quite sure that all disciplines will be separated at the event after Paris. That's my prediction, but that doesn't mean that you can't try to compete in both disciplines, of course. Because they do translate. Okay, we've got some good action happening. On the left of your screen, it's Aiden Rejan. And on the right of your screen, it's Océane Jalina. And off screen is Tiana Tai. We saw Tiana in the bouldering round for sure. And Oceane and Aiden. Oh, come on. Yeah, nice work, Tiana. There, she looks good in those black holds there. And a low fall for Oceane. She will be disappointed with that. It was off screen. We're not sure exactly what happened there. But let's keep our eye here on Tiana. She's coming up into the green scoops, folks. And she is looking like she's got power, but she is also moving fast.
I've seen some trouble clipping here, so.
Oh, and a lower fall for Aiden.
Look at this. We've got a big heel hook.
Yeah, that's super interesting. Not sure it's helping.
Good try.
I mean, she's up there with the other girls who have got that high. I guess it'll just depend whether or not she gets the plus.
Right, and she did not do the plus movement to go for the kind of ball-shaped hold that's above the draw, so I'm not sure if we'll see a plus there, but...
Yeah, donc peut-être elle serait pas tout à fait en égalité avec les autres filles qui s'est rendues là. Les autres filles ont fait un mouvement pour aller plus loin. Donc, ils vont voir peut-être le plus, mais elle est très proche, en tout cas. Elle est en haut. Elle est haut sur le leaderboard. Et là, juste comme ça, on est rendu au dernière 8 compétiteurs, compétitrices.
Yeah, we're getting down to the wire. Our professional rope management team here in the red shirt. Probably a young youth athlete. We'll see in the future, I'm sure.
Got Tegan Chow on deck there. Not looking at the wall yet. She has to look around, turn around when she's told.
They did get a preview of the routes, but they don't get any extra preview time.
That's right.
So she gets a quick second just to mime out her plan before getting on the wall.
They do have a maximum time to climb the routes, but it is very rare that people stay on the wall that long.
Gabriella Beaumont.
Gabriella de Québec. Une des plus petites.
Gabriella's favorite color is blue.
Well, there we go.
And she's going to art school next year.
Oui, il faut vraiment réaliser que les filles et les garçons, ils sont pas juste des grimpeurs à temps plein. Ils vont tous à l'école. Et souvent, surtout les plus âgés, ils ont des travails aussi dans leur temps passé. Donc, c'est quand même un autre niveau d'être impressionné comment ils ont l'effort et de l'énergie pour faire tout ça. Gabriella, son couleur préférée, c'est bleu, puis elle va à l'école dans l'art l'année prochaine. We have Tegan Chow here on the left of your screen. Et Gabriella en train de approcher la section, le crux, le premier crux.
Tegan 5th in our Youth Boulder Nationals on May 21st.
So we could expect some strong performance from her then.
Yeah.
Nice. She's looking very comfortable in here. Might we see the first person to get to that second green ball? Yes, we are. Excellent work, Tegan. She is looking really solid. Now we just got to keep it squeezy. She's eyeing up.
Oh.
Yeah, that hesitation always makes you wonder. Are they thinking or are they getting a little desperate? And
Gabriella getting high up here.
Yes, here she is.
Oh, come on.
Use those legs. Allez,
yes.
Allez.
Come on, Gabby.
Oui, elle est vraiment bien sur les mouvements dans le toit. C'est excellent.
Yes, come on.
Elle va mettre
Look,
son
eyeing up
pied.
those crimps on the head wall.
OK.
Oh!
Elle avait vraiment besoin de mettre son talon, je pense.
Wow.
Elle avait besoin de mettre son talon sur la prise bleue.
Yeah, probably needed to get that heel in order to make the moves to those blue crimps on the head wall. But wow, what a great performance from just 13 years old, turning 14, I guess, this calendar year, which makes her eligible for the Youth B category. But wow, what a great performance for such a young athlete.
Oui, Gabi, c'était vraiment impressionnant.
Wow, that was pretty awesome.
So that's our high point, matching the high point of some of the other, couple other competitors that we've seen so far. So doit y mettre dans le... she's a contender for finals with that so far.
Yeah, that's going to put her in second place right now.
Yeah, there she goes.
She's got to be stoked.
Yeah. But we do have 8 more competitors.
Yep.
And they did perform better yesterday.
Yep.
So, but anything can happen.
Yeah, you never know, but I mean, it gives
things
her a
get-
shot.
For sure. It's fantastic. She should be very proud. Elle devrait être très, très fière. Taylor Galloway here, folks. Taylor winning her category boulder event. Feeling probably pretty stoked, pretty confident after her performances on the bouldering wall. Taylor from Alberta. Recent transplant
Yes.
to Alberta.
Yeah, they just moved across the country to Alberta from Ontario in, I think, around August last year. So transitioning from the Ontario team to the Alberta team.
And we have Gilby Grant here. That means we must have had a low fall from Reed.
Yeah, I think we just missed that
Yeah.
off screen.
Off screen,
potentially.
yeah. And so now we have Gilby Grant here from Alberta, making his way through the first Cruxy section.
In Autumn, Uascow coming up here. We'll see her in a minute, I'm sure. Oh, no.
Oh, dear.
Oh, no. Taylor,
Yeah.
she's
Yeah.
going to be disappointed with that.
Yeah. Oh non. Puis c'est vraiment difficile de contrôler des émotions quand ça arrive, une affaire comme ça. Ça fait partie de la game, mais c'est
Tough.
pas la partie le plus fun, faut avouer.
That's tough. You do see a lot of emotion come out of these athletes, as you know, when they have these low falls, and it's tough. It's tough to see, but you know, this event is important to them. They put a lot of work into this. They're balancing this with school and, you know, homework and all the craziness of the last 2 years. It's a lot of pressure on these young athletes, but you know, we hope that they're able to kind of pick it up and move on to the next one, and they do. So Autumn doing great.
Shaking out. So yeah, you'll see these competitors will, if they have an opportunity, if there's a hold that's good enough, if they have even just a split second that they can maybe shake out their arms, it helps give them a little bit more energy to keep going. Now, she did that clip with a slightly bent arm. That is a sign that she's getting a little pumped, folks.
Oh,
Nice. She was able to keep her foot on. That was impressive.
not looking pumped right now.
Well, I think she's climbing a little faster. She's looking strong, but I can see the pace has picked up a little bit.
Yep. Sometimes you do pick it up in a hard section. Here we go.
Come on. Now we want to see someone hit that blue crimp.
Oh. And that was interesting. She was kind of smearing her feet on the left side instead of dropping that big heel up on the blue hold. So,
Yeah, that actually I think keeps you farther away from the hold you're going to. I understand you know, in theory you want to get, sometimes you have an instinct to get yourself closer to those holds, but in this case I think putting your left feet to the left, you know, that the wall is not good enough to actually stand on, and so in a weird way it kind of pushed her away from where she wanted to go. But that was excellent. She's right up there with the other young girls on the leaderboard. Man, we've had a little bit of upset. Graciela not performing quite as well, I think, as she was hoping for, and also Taylor Galloway. Now we've got Cedar Pigeon from BC. She
came 12th at Youth Boulder Nationals.
Yeah, she made it through to semifinals. Did not quite have the round that she was hoping for in semifinals, so she didn't advance to finals, which I think she could have on a different day. Sometimes it's just about the day, right? It's not just about, some absolute skill or level of ability. It's all about how you perform on that day, on that route, on those boulders, and there's so many different factors that go into your performance. So,
but I mean, Cedar, lots of experience, in competitions. She came 12th at Senior Lead and Speed Nationals in February.
Yeah, and she is a stone cold crusher outside. Let's just she's climbed double-digit boulder problems.
Yes.
Like at 11 years old.
Yes, I think I said earlier, Cedar's been climbing for approximately 100% of her life.
She's looking really good here. She will often climb at the gym where I climb in Squamish, and it's amazing to watch her float up all of the things that other folks are struggling on. She's got amazing technique. Her mom, Thomasina, sharing her skills, her wealth of knowledge. Allez, OK, we've got Adrien Lévesque à droite.
Oh.
Il était rendu super haut aussi, dépassé, plein de monde. Ça va être un bon fin pour lui. Nice, Cedar's getting very high. Come on, get those feet on.
Just kick her feet, hoping to try and stall the momentum, pulling her off the wall, but didn't quite work. We've got Yora Blooms. I hope I haven't disappointed her parents with my pronunciation of her name. We didn't have a chance to catch up with her yet, so I'm excited to see what she can do. I haven't seen a lot of Yora yet.
So far, so good. And you know what? Cedar might have been a little annoyed when her feet cut off there. She might have been caught off guard by that fall there, because I think she had more power in her arms. I don't think she fell because her arms were tired. Obviously tired enough not to hold on to those two holds without feet, but that I think she's still going to be okay given some of the other rankings of the competitors. And we're in the last yeah, that was good too. She's getting up into that Crexy section. I think the route setters have we're definitely seeing difficult bunches of people falling in different sections, but they're all being separated slightly different holds in those difficult sections.
Yep. So Cedar sitting in second place right now.
Right, yeah.
With a really good performance. And I know Cedar's grandparents are watching on the YouTube chat, or on the YouTube channel right now. So I'm sure they'll be happy to have seen her performance there.
And you know what? I think that will secure her spot in the final round, Casey, because there are only 5 competitors climbing after her. So she's in second. She's
looking good.
Could only go to 7th.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah, excellent. She'll be pleased. So 549 bib number is Adam Edwards from Alberta. He made it into finals, as we saw.
Yeah.
In the boulder competition.
Adam also studying for his grade 10 piano exam right now, so balancing a lot of things.
Jacqueline Ho here on the left of your screen. Also a very strong performance at the Bouldering Nationals. We're getting into the heavy hitters here, folks, near the end of our ranking here. All these ones are in the top of their field yesterday, had an amazing performance. And we do expect them to do well here today. All right, Adam, you got to keep it together here. Really lovely young kid.
Yeah.
We've enjoyed meeting all of these climbers here over the course of the long weekend.
Yeah, they're a great group of kids.
Come on, come on. Stay focused, stay precise. Nice, Jacqueline. Nice, Jacqueline. Looking very,
go.
very strong.
Got 2 really strong performances on screen right now.
Oh, man. Come on. Yes. Oh, that was fantastic. Come on. Now the heel. That's right.
Come on.
Come on.
Adam
Let's
looking
go,
really
Adam.
good here.
Nice.
Getting into some better holds.
I don't know where to look.
Which are
So much action. Come on, Jacqueline. Come on, Adam. Come on, Adam. Yes, shake it out. Good job.
Adam in some better holds here, but we know from the setters this next section is tough. He needs to get to the top of this volume.
Oh.
Wow.
Amazing effort from Jacqueline and Adam there.
Wow.
That'll put Adam in second provisional place for now.
Some great climbing.
That was so exciting. Jacqueline there getting a major high point, getting through to the 4th of that series of green balls on the steeper section of that wall. And now we also have a casual looking Morgan Schmitter from BC here.
Yeah, Morgan.
Just
Getting real high up.
real cruisy, keeping her feet up there like we like to see.
Morgan looks comfortable.
Crowd getting behind her.
Putting that big heel in.
Yes,
And
yes.
the first competitor to grab one of
That's
those crimps.
it.
Come on.
Come on. Now she's got a clip,
Yes.
folks. She is looking good.
She looks very comfortable right now. I'm not seeing any struggle there at all.
Ali,
Come on.
yes.
Oh,
okay.
yes.
Now we see the struggle. Come
Here
on.
we go. Come on, Morgan. Wow.
Amazing. Okay.
That was awesome.
Okay.
She made it onto the head wall. That's the first athlete we've seen who's been able to get into that gray panel, the head wall of that route. It's that final section the athletes need to tackle before getting the top. She's smiling. She's happy with that performance for sure.
Morgan avec une super bonne grimpe. Là. Elle est la première fille de se rendre en haut dans le panel grise là, avec des petites prises bleues. Elle a eu son talon. Elle avait mis super bien avec la grosse prise bleue dans le toit. Et ça l'a donné l'opportunité juste de mettre tout son poids dessus pour aller à la prise jaune. Puis elle est tombée juste en matchant. C'était excellent.
Got Ian Tan.
It just doesn't stop.
It doesn't stop.
Casey, here we are.
It doesn't stop.
Ian Tan, another heavy hitter in both disciplines. I'm excited to see where he's going to get. Slightly smaller, but very strong.
Yeah, he's a smaller athlete, but he makes up for it in his strength and power for sure. We saw a bit of that in the bouldering. I think Ian probably was pretty happy with his 3rd place in the Boulder Nationals. So
I would hope so. It was impressive.
yeah, and you know, we said earlier we've seen a trajectory of improvement with Ian. He's slowly climbed the rankings in each competition he's entered, and I think we're just going to see more and more great climbing from him.
Yeah, you do see a big difference in the competitors that came out first and these competitors coming out last. You know, just their level of comfort and the way they hold these holds, and it's a combination of experience, training, you know, just physical ability.
And Cedar Henry.
Yeah, Cedar Henry for Youth A female. Cedar Henry de Québec, dans le juvénile A, ici à gauche. Elle a l'air confortable à date.
Ian in these blocker crimps. They've got little holds on top of them just to make you feel a little less comfortable grabbing them.
Yeah, that makes you really be precise. You need to aim. Okay, allez, Cedar, allez. She's coming up into this head wall too with the big green scoops. On veut voir si elle peut se rendre aussi haut. Ça commence d'être très puissante, là. Elle a fait le même genre de choses que Cedar a fait. Tu penses que tu peux lâcher tes pieds, mais quand tu lâches tes pieds, il faut que vraiment tu gardes toute ta force. Ian est en haut.
High.
On veut voir s'il va voir le petit crimp.
And we've got Sloan Becker on screen as well.
Allez, Ian.
Oh!
Lui aussi. La
Wow.
misère avec ce move-là. C'était vraiment impressionnant de voir.
Sloan gonna tackle this tricky roof bit here. This roof section. It's a big overhanging panel with these very large holds.
Yeah, man, we learned some cool things about Sloan.
We did.
She is a Canadian equestrian champion from just last fall. She is a very passionate horse jumper and horse rider. See a little bit of a shake in her leg there, Casey.
Yeah, we've seen that from a couple athletes as they head into this roof.
That just that shows that she needs a little oxygen in there. Needs to take some deep breaths. That's how you get rid of that. And she needs to probably turn her body around. Very good. Elle a le petit tape bleu sur son épaule. Elle a eu la misère un peu. Allez. Wow. OK, elle veut faire une croisée, mais je pense pas qu'elle est assez grande.
It's a long move for her.
Is she going to try to do that? She is maybe not quite tall enough.
Come on.
Wow.
Oh,
yeah.
Good try.
I mean, that beta would have maybe worked if she was a bit taller or if she was a bit more fresh up there.
Yeah.
Maybe she could have pulled her left arm in, but that bicep must have been very tired.
Yeah, we saw another athlete try to do that who was a little bit taller, and it looked like it could work, but yeah, maybe not the easiest way.
Yeah, I think it is the more powerful way. And so, yeah, the way we've seen it with the heel on the blue hold is probably the more efficient beta. Alexa Vanier from Alberta. This is Josh Muller's kid, right?
Yeah, his coach, Josh Muller.
Her coach, yep.
Her coach, yeah, sorry.
And we have Dylan Lee à droite. Il n'y a pas un étranger dans les finales, là. Donc, lui, il va voir les finales en tête. C'est un compétiteur de vitesse, lui. Il va voyager à Salt Lake City la semaine prochaine.
Yeah, that's right.
Pour la compétition de vitesse, le Coupe mondiale.
Yeah, Dylan, an accomplished speed climber already.
Yeah.
Alexa getting into these black holds that don't have a ton of texture on them.
Oh yeah, that she's really can see her pulling with that bicep on her right arm. She's got to keep it going.
Yeah, just trying to figure out how to get that clip done, and she does get it done.
Équipe Café Bloc. Intéressant, Dylan, il grimpe au Café Bloc. Une des plusieurs salles d'escalade à Montréal. Allez, wow, elle avait la puissance de...
Oh!
C'est dommage, je pense que s'il y avait une prise un peu plus grosse, elle aurait eu la chance de remettre son pied. It just wasn't a good enough foot for her to re-put her foot on, because that one is terrible.
Very small.
Allez, Dylan, allez, t'es capable.
Looking comfortable.
Oui, OK, il essaie. Tu vois, avant de continuer, il fallait qu'il trouve une façon de mettre son pied gauche pour qu'il bouge pas. Oh, wow. Il a même pas l'air de
very smooth right now.
Essayer trop dur, là. Wow, this is crazy.
Wow,
come on. Allez, Dylan. Allez.
Section is hard.
Oh, man, he's doing the clip from there. This is looking good, folks. Come on. Yes, this is excellent.
Come on, Dylan.
Dylan, est-ce qu'on va voir un top? Est-ce qu'on va voir un top?
Oh!
No.
Just not quite enough energy to get there, but geez, that was a really good climb.
Woo! Excitant.
Sweaty hands.
Excitant.
Sweaty hands.
I know. Where's our chalk bag?
No,
we should have brought our chalk.
The commentator's chalk bag.
4:03. Here
Grace
we go.
Lukasik. Getting a really great
Where's
show
my popcorn?
here today. Yeah, we gotta thank the setters for this one.
Yeah, totally. That's fantastic.
It's not even finals yet.
I know. And we have another 3 rounds to do after this.
Yeah. So exciting.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, now is she gonna do the cross or is she gonna
No, I don't think so.
throw that heel up?
She's gonna throw it. Oh, is she going left hand? Oh, she is going left hand. Là, elle met le talon.
Oh, okay. And that might have mixed her up for that there. She really needed to get her right hand there so the left hand could go on the higher one. But you know what?
Honestly,
you can't blame her.
It could have worked, I think.
Chasing those points.
Yeah. Okay. Donuts?
Donuts. Donuts for power?
I could use a donut. Okay.
And a funky chalk bag.
Kaya Taylor Ainsley. Another athlete that we saw
From BC.
on the weekend.
So Kaya's our second place qualifier here.
Yeah, she had a great day yesterday.
Yeah.
Let's see what she can do. You are definitely allowed to put that rope in your mouth. You know, it's best not to leave it there for too long. It would be, you know, you don't want to fall with the rope in your mouth. But sometimes you just don't feel like you pulled enough up, and you don't want to try to make a clip and then not have enough rope. So sometimes you just stall it there for a split second, give you a chance to pull up a little bit more rope to make sure that you can put it in the quick draw nice and easily. Because as we said, the quick draws are not part of the route. It would be way nicer if you never had to clip and you just could climb the whole time. But
That'd be a long boulder.
it would be very dangerous.
Yes, it would be.
So you just have to be very good at clipping. You need to make it just with like almost not part of the equation. There are different ways to clip. You'll see people move their hands in slightly different directions. Ali, Kaya, you can do it. Right up in there. She's right up in there with the mix of all those other athletes that we've seen there today. We haven't seen anybody get past that fourth green scoop for the Youth A. Moi, j'ai hâte de voir si Molly va le faire. On a juste une compétitrice après Kaya. Donc, ça va être à elle de finir la route si on a une top aujourd'hui.
And Benjamin Chapman.
Oui, Benjamin Chapman ici à droite, c'est notre deuxième. Il est qualifié deuxième. Il a eu une super bonne journée hier. Et on va voir s'il peut nous donner le premier top. Oui, allez. OK, ça commence là. Ça commence. Fait le clip vite. Oh, his elbow sticking out there doing the chicken wing, we call that. When your elbow kind of sticks out and starts to come up, looking a little bit.
On ya.
That's a sign that the bigger muscles are getting tired, and so your little ones are trying to keep up, and most of the time those little ones cannot take over for the big ones.
So Caitlyn Davies from Ontario, about to tackle this next bit. Oh, and cuts her feet, no problem. See her chalk before moving into this next hold here. And remember, we want to see her go right hand to that lower of the two blue crimps when she gets there. Oh, little hesitation.
Yeah, qu'est-ce qui t'est arrivé?
There we go.
Allez,
There
c'est
we
ça.
go.
C'est ça, exactement le bêta.
Yep.
Allez. Oh! Juste une perte de puissance. She was doing exactly what she needed to do.
Mm-hmm.
She just ran out of juice.
Yeah.
And here we go with Molly Dreyer, our top qualifier in the Youth A female category.
So Caitlyn sitting in second with that effort there, so
Nice.
she'll be feeling good.
And we have two more climbers there from the Youth B category. So the Youth A climbers have moved through their round a little bit faster. Maybe that was due to some of those really unfortunate premature falls from a couple of our higher up qualifiers. Hannah, Taylor, those two I think will be a little sad about that performance.
Molly moving steadily through here.
And Benjamin Tonos, our top qualifier for the men on the right here for the Youth A category. Molly, I watched her I've noticed during the bouldering event that she's very good on small holds. Those small fingers are very strong, so she'll feel pretty good on these. She must have felt very good on those black crimps, but now we're getting into some of these big, open-handed, more bicep-intensive holds, and the much we say burly, just kind of means all
Takes a little more power.
upper body physicality.
Yeah.
But if you place your feet like that and you can keep your feet on the wall, this is what we're missing from some of those girls that cut feet and that really spat them off the wall. But this is how she's staying on.
Yeah, I mean, Molly can climb powerful stuff. She came 4th in Boulder Nationals.
Oh, come on. Let's go, Molly. Let's see if someone can top this out. And we've got Benjamin making his way through the top section here. Molly hitting that upper hold. We have not seen anybody move past this section yet.
This is exciting.
Whew, come on, we got 2 climbers very high up now. Benjamin looking a little bit less secure than the others I saw. Come on, Molly. That's it. Very nice.
Here we go.
Beautiful. Yes.
Crowd's getting excited. They want to see a top here.
Yeah, they're getting behind her, that's for sure. That second one. If she gets to those black crimps, I think she's going to cruise it.
Yeah.
Come on. Come on.
A little foot slip.
Yeah, and now getting that knee in there on the left, it's going to keep her. She's wrapping her whole body in there, keeping her.
See her get that.
Yeah, that's it. She's going to eye those crimps and hopefully be ready to just crush them. But does she have the forearm strength?
And Anna Kelly getting into the hard section here of this.
Yeah, she won our event in bouldering, so Anna's definitely got power to spare. Come on, Molly. Come on, Molly. Ali.
She's looking good.
She is. She's got crimps. She loves
really
those
good.
crimps.
And
Yeah. Here we go. She's got to clip it in.
And that'll do it.
First top,
Wow.
folks. Woo!
She's got someone in the crowd she was giving the eye to there.
Yeah, I wonder who that was.
Awesome.
Wow. Okay.
I think her family's cheering pretty loud. You can see them standing on the other side of the gym. Oh, that's
awesome.
exciting.
Okay, Anna Kelly.
Anna making
Yeah.
good work here.
All right.
The highest we've seen yet on this route.
Are we going to see a top here too, Casey?
I don't know. I don't know if I can handle 2 in a row.
Come on. We can handle it. We want to see it.
Come on, Anna.
Oh.
Wow. Okay, that was really good.
When she was going to go without clipping, I started to have a little bit of fear.
Yeah. You kind of get a little insight into where the athlete's mind is at. When your climber decides to move before making a clip, you're like, okay.
Yeah. Okay, we're just
She's
going for
it.
Well, that will still put her in first place. A comfortable first semi-final place.
Yeah.
And, it's always a confidence booster.
So we have one more athlete on our Youth B round, Sienna Chow.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
We do.
Yep.
Sienna,
our first place qualifier,
that's right.
gets to, and you see Molly's teammates and friends just circling around her. They're excited for her. I mean, that's awesome. The camaraderie between these athletes is just great to see. Like all these climbers, they spend so much time together, and it just makes sense. They become friends over time. They're excited to cheer their friends on, and to see that.
Yeah, it's really cool. Okay, yeah, Sienna Chow. So this is we have the same number of competitors. It's just that we had a slower round for the Youth B females. On avait le même nombre de compétitrices, mais c'est juste que il était un peu plus long. Donc là, on a une qui finissait après les autres. Et je sais même pas si on va avoir un repos. Je pense qu'ils vont peut-être juste brosser les prises un peu, puis on va commencer tout de suite avec les 3 prochaines catégories. Fun never stops. Let's see what Sienna has in store.
She's got all eyes on Sienna.
Yeah. No pressure, just everyone's looking at you.
I think she'll probably be in her zone, isn't thinking
Yeah.
too much about that, and
Yep.
just wants to have a good climb.
Yeah, often you don't hear what's happening in the crowd. It just becomes this lull of noise.
Background noise, yeah.
Yeah, you do hear the energy lift, and it can be really helpful to have that lift from the crowd.
Yeah, or sometimes a familiar voice.
Yeah, sometimes a calming voice from someone you know. That's true. Coaches got to know who their athletes are, though, because people like to hear different things or
Yes.
not hear anything.
Yes, yes. So we've seen this section stump a few climbers through the round. I don't think Sienna will have any issues here.
She shouldn't. Definitely looking very comfortable so far. Learning how to climb with tired arms is something these competitors will practice. They will deliberately climb and then try to keep climbing even when they are pumped, which means climbing with that lactic acid buildup in the forearms, that real feeling of fatigue, because you have to get used to that. You can't, it's amazing what your body can do if you believe you can do it. You can't take, I mean, it's a sign of fatigue, but it's not a sign that you're necessarily going to fall, so you have to just keep trying.
And
Keep climbing.
worth mentioning, Sienna's a triple threat. First at Youth Speed Nationals, second at Youth Boulder Nationals.
Nice. Let's see if she can pull off a top for us today.
Definitely, at this point, looking at a spot in finals for our lead nationals here.
100%. Oh, she sticks it. That's going to put her in first place. Come on, can she do it?
There we go.
I see it happening. I see it happening.
Let's get that.
Oh, man.
Oh, ow. But you know what? That's going to be plenty enough for her. We'll see her again in our final round this afternoon.
Yeah, that was amazing.
And she probably has an idea. She has a rough idea, I'm sure, that she's done well. She's going to get the nod from her coach. There's the thumbs up. Yep, she knows. Okay, we're good. Sometimes after a big fall, they've got those, the knots can be a little tricky to get undone, but that's going to be our round, so that's exciting. We'll try to get a look at our results if we can. So that puts Sienna in first place. We've got Anna Kelly, Morgan Schmitter, Caitlyn Davies, Sophie King, Grace Lukasic, Sloan Becker, and Autumn Iwaskow heading into our finals for our Youth B girls. For our Youth A males, we've got Dylan Lee, Lucas Edmonds, Adam Edwards, Ian Tan in fourth. Oh, and we've got it up on screen. Got to thank our team here at Sport Canada and Sport Canada TV.
Okay, so a few upsets today, or just, it's very normal.
I mean, we wanted to see Graciela for sure, and
Yeah.
we were expecting to see her there. She's definitely shown that she can do it, and I think, she just didn't have the lead event she was aiming for.
Yeah.
But that happens. She'll move on. She's a tough athlete.
She has so many years ahead of her, for sure.
And so much more climbing and great years of competition to come, I'm sure.
Yeah, a nice spread of separation here. So we see these points, the score on the right here just shows where everybody got. There's definitely ties. There's always going to be ties. You just want to have enough of them clumped, enough different clumps at the top, and then spread out.
Here's our Youth A male.
Yeah, here we go.
So those top 8 athletes headed to finals. They'll get a few hours rest.
Very
it is pretty
nice.
early. It's only 10:30, so they've got some time until our final round this afternoon.
La moitié des compétiteurs en juvénile B, c'est du Québec.
And Quebec, yeah.
Ouais,
4 athletes from Quebec.
Strong showing there
Really good.
for the Youth B males, Youth A males. Dylan Lee,
There's our
Anthony Aiello en 9e place. C'est toujours un petit peu décevant d'être 9e. parce que ça veut dire que tu manques des finales juste de une shot.
Emmett Booth in our made semis here today did great from Newfoundland, and then we've got our Youth A female round. So Molly at the top, no surprise there, the only top of the round, which was pretty impressive.
Yeah, and Jacqueline Ho not far behind. Tegan Chow, Kaya Taylor Ainsley, Alexa Vanier, Cedar Pigeon, Cedar Henry, and Marie-André Roy. Oui, c'est super.
A good spread of provincial representation in our final.
Well, I think Cedar Pigeon will be particularly pleased, given that she probably would have had her sights set on finals at both events. And so it's great to come around and not get knocked down from maybe something slightly disappointing. And now she kind of started fresh here and made it into finals.
Yeah, and I think Cedar said that lead was her preferred discipline. Is that right? I don't know a lot about her climbing background, but I think that's what Thomasina, her mom, told me.
I could see that.
Yeah.
I could see that. I mean, she definitely is talented, has talent to spare on the boulders. But you know, what you like to do outside is maybe different than what you like to compete at inside.
Right.
And she has a lot of endurance, and she's very technical. And so I think that translates well for a youth, for a lead competitor.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of these athletes do spend time outdoors. They're not necessarily just indoor competitive climbers. They do like to get outside and enjoy nature, enjoy the rocks, and yeah.
Yeah, that's tough though. Like as we said, they're juggling a lot of things in their lives, from school to maybe a part-time job and also climbing, and as it turns out, maybe a lot of other extracurriculars that some of these really high-end athletes seem to also have time and energy for. It's kind of impressive.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe outdoors is not always on the radar right now, especially because it's hard to balance when you're climbing outdoors. It's kind of a different kind of form of training and mindset, and so I bet you there's it's like a seasonal thing. You know, there's sort of like a real focus on training indoors around comp season, and maybe take a little break.
Yeah, it's
in
a
the
different
summer.
approach for sure.
So, dans pas long, on va commencer le deuxième partie de notre demi-finale ici. On va avoir les juniors, compétiteurs. Ça va être junior mâle, junior femelle et juvénile B pour les garçons. Il y aura moins de compétiteurs pour les juniors. Pour les juniors, pour les filles, il y en a juste 15. Il y avait juste 20 compétitrices. Donc, ils ont pris 3 quarts pour aller en demi-finale. Et il y avait 36 à peu près, je pense, pour les gars. Ils ont pris encore 3 quarts. Non, 28, ça veut dire 28. 3 quarts, c'est 21. Mais il y avait une égalité. There was a tie, so we have 22 junior male athletes. Jackson McDonald, Ezra Bowden, and Brennan Hill tied. And so they both advanced to the semifinal round. And then we have our 26 competitors in the youth B male category coming out soon. And the routes will be basically the same for these rounds, but they are in the middle of being adjusted. We are looking at these route setters, changing a little bit of the holds. It's mostly brushing the holds, but there are some small changes happening to accommodate the change in category.
Yeah.
Ah, there you go. You see them all hard at work. It's quite a physical act what these setters do. Just look at them now. It's funny because I said before that it's, people underestimate how tough a job they have in terms of just the creation of, the problem that they're going to present to the athletes, the route that's going to be presented to them. But it's not just about the creating of the moves. It's also about the physical demand on their bodies to drill and screw and,
carrying these big volumes
Yeah,
around.
they're heavy.
And,
they're heavy.
They're doing a lot of labor.
It's a very physically demanding job.
And they're also athletes themselves. So they're balancing, their setting careers here with their own interests as athletes. So
yeah, I think we have the interest to set. It comes from so many different things. I think we would have to do a whole segment on interviewing and setters. I'd love to do that actually.
Yeah.
But sometimes it can help. I've seen some women in particular actually show an interest and doing the training and becoming setters, and then as a result, actually, their climbing ability has shot way up.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because they, all of a sudden, it's kind of like forced training.
Yeah.
You don't even realize it, but because it is so physical, and you are pushing yourself to be creative, you think outside your box. So I think we're just going to take a minute here, and we're going to have a little word from one of our sponsors, Rockbase.
From humble beginnings to a global stage, no matter if you climb for fun, for sport, or for life, you found something in climbing that calls to you. A passion to struggle, to strive, and to ascend. The climb may be between you and the wall, but as a climber, you are a part of a community. A community every climber calls home. Rockbase, proud partner of Climbing Escalade Canada.
Here we are.
This is Casey Wilson.
Hi.
I'm Bonnie DeBryan. This is where we've been all this time up here.
Yep.
We get to see some of the things that are off screen. We're up the top. There's a really amazingly wide open venue up here.
Yeah, we have a great view. Although we do try to watch the screen because there is a little bit of a lag sometimes. So you get a little insight into commentary for a climbing competition. But yeah.
Yeah, so I think what's been really cool, so I've actually been talking a bit with some of the, women starting to get into setting, and, we are really excited. The CEC has been always trying to make sure we have women on the setting teams, and it's really important. We want to have the people doing the setting reflect the people doing the climbing as best as possible. So, they like to have each other try out. We call it forerunning. And so we have different setters will work on a specific route, and then the others will climb it. Or they'll pull in an athlete or just a climber who they want to, try it out. But generally they climb each other's things.
Yeah, and then they'll make any adjustments they think they might need to make.
Yeah.
These routes, they will work to put the routes up and to, they'll plan the routes, and then they'll get them up on the wall over the course of a week or two prior to these events, and then they make those tweaks, as you said, Bonnie, climbing each other's routes and trying to break the beta. So, they're trying to see what the route setter intended, maybe try to see if there's a way to kind of cheat a move or get around a move more easily, and so then they'll make adjustments if they, are really trying to ensure that the level of difficulty is what they're, what they're hoping to have on the wall when the big show starts. So.
Yeah, puis c'est important d'avoir le monde qui sont peut-être, il y a des forces différentes, donc d'avoir quelqu'un un peu plus grand, un peu plus petit, quelqu'un, d'avoir plusieurs mondes essayer la voie pour savoir justement est-ce que ça va être trop avantageux pour les grands. Parce que c'est sûr qu'il ne veut pas faire quelque chose qui va être trop facile juste pour le monde qui sont grands, et il veut quelque chose qui va être un défi pour tout le monde, n'importe quelle grandeur. So it's kind of, they want to have different sizes try the routes to make sure that
there's no obvious advantage
exactly
for different heights.
Yeah.
We
or different styles.
We tried our best to squeeze an answer out of the route setters as to the level of difficulty of these routes, and they were very reluctant
to
talk
do not like
about
that question.
No, they do not like that question.
How hard is this route? We don't set with a grade in mind, because those of you who know something about rock climbing, have tried rock climbing before, you will know that there are grades. usually attached to these routes in the climbing gyms. They have there's a whole grading system that will always start with the number 5, which is just an indicator that you are going vertical. It's part of the Yosemite decimal system. 5 point something, and then the higher the something, the more difficult the grade. So you've got a 5, 5, 5, 4. These are the beginner level climbs, and then you work your way up. And the hardest climb in the world, I guess, is 515. Maybe a proposed 516 somewhere lurking out there in the. I've heard rumors, but anyway, 515 is sort of next level generation things. But so this, they didn't want to tell us, they didn't want to commit to a grade. I basically said, so basically you mean it starts hard and then it gets harder.
Yes.
That's sort of all they wanted to
they didn't really want to give us a grade at all, but that's understandable. I mean, they're looking to set a level of difficulty, and they're not necessarily looking to say, hey, what grade do these athletes climb, right? They want the climbers to have a chance to get moving through the route and be increasingly challenged as they get higher and higher. And we saw that. We saw that today.
One of the setters was willing to go out on a little limb, and I think he was like, 11 plus, 12 minus is the lower end, and then, somewhere going up into the, maybe, into the 13s. Well, 513, I'm always talking about, 511, a hard 511 section, and moving into a 512 section, and then 513 section for the harder sections. So that's pretty vague, but it's giving people who have some familiarity with the grading system an idea of how hard these routes are and how amazing these climbers are.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, like, some of these climbers do climb outside, and we do have a sense of the grades that they are climbing. And I know Adam Edwards, for example, he's climbed a lot outdoors.
Oh yeah, he's a crusher.
Yeah, and he's done, I think, 3 13Ds in a day. Like, he's no slouch.
That's nuts.
Yeah, it's like pretty impressive. So,
Yeah, we didn't ask a lot of these people about their outdoor resume because, well, it also depends on where they live. They don't have access necessarily, like, to those, like, to get outside that often, But, and like I said before, sometimes climbing outdoors can conflict with your training. So it really has to fit in with the rest of your life schedule.
Yeah. And we do have a few minutes here as we wait for just these final adjustments in the next round to get started. If you have a question that you want to pop in the chat and you're just got a burning question to try to understand something about the event today or climbing, do go ahead and do that. We're taking a quick peek now. We won't be able to watch the chat through the entire broadcast here, but we do have a few moments. So if you have anything you want to know, any questions for your commentators, drop us a little line in the chat.
Yeah, cool. Si vous avez des questions, on a un petit moment, un petit repos ici. Vous pouvez demander des questions dans le chat sur le live stream, puis on va essayer de répondre. So what do you think we're going to see here, Casey? We've got who should we keep our eye out for, do you think?
I'm really excited to see more of Nathaniel Smith today. He's been a really fun climber to watch. I've said a few times I enjoy watching him climb. He's expressive, and you often see a lot of his emotion or his reaction to the climbing, and I really like that. I'm also just eternally amazed because Nathaniel told us that he's afraid of heights.
Yes, I know. C'est fou. Il a peur des hauteurs, Nathaniel. C'est quand même quelque chose qu'il faut travailler dessus. I mean, c'est très, très sécuritaire de faire la grimpe, de faire la voie de même. Mais, des fois, c'est pas logique d'avoir peur. Donc, c'est vraiment impressionnant, Nathaniel.
Yeah, we see our fellow commentary colleague, Pete Woods, who's having fun down in Salt Lake City.
Pete, we miss you.
We miss you. And we hope he's doing well. And we had a question just about the schedule of competitors. So you can find the schedule, the running orders for today at cec.results.info. So that's cec.results.info, and that's going to give you the live results and also the start lists for each round today.
Yeah, so perhaps you might have been on the result page and not realized that you can click on the tab for start list, and that's how you'll see the running order, and you'll know when your favorite person or someone you know, friend or family member is coming out.
Yeah. Who are you looking forward to seeing, Bonnie?
Well, actually, I'm interested to watch Lexi climb today. Lexi Binder is in the junior female category, and she didn't compete in the bouldering competition, as far as I know. But I have definitely seen her name around when she, and she qualified first. So I want to see her throw down with those top climbers, Lily Trottier and Mackie and Sydney Park, because that's going to be exciting because she's fresh.
Oh yeah.
And
that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Just to see the contrast between what her experience is going to be like versus those who've been kind of going at it. I mean, Sydney told me that she is exhausted.
Right.
She said, yeah, you just kind of trick yourself into believing you're not tired. So we'll see if that mental exercise works for her. Another athlete to look out for, Matthew Rodriguez. I mean, obviously he's our top qualifier, so no surprises. We're going to want to see a great performance from him today. But he is the only athlete who topped both qualifier routes yesterday. So he put on a really good show, and I'm expecting we're probably going to see more great climbing from him today.
Yeah, the competition in the men's category is pretty impressive. We saw a lot of these climbers throwing down their power in the boulder round. Hugo Dorval, I was speaking with him about what he preferred, and it was really interesting because he was saying que sa préférence c'est ce qui est dans le mood. Il dit que ça change dépendamment son mood, que je trouve vraiment intéressant. Il dit quand même qu'il s'entraîne plus le bloc, peut-être un peu parce que la salle d'escalade de bloc est plus proche de chez lui que la salle d'escalade des voies, mais moi je pense que vraiment il aime peut-être un peu plus le bloc, mais évidemment il a eu du fun hier, il est super bien grimpé et il m'a avoué que en faisant le bloc, ça rend la voie pour lui un peu plus facile parce que dans le fond il a plus de puissance. So I don't know. I'm excited to watch Hugo. I feel like he had like this glimmer in his eyes yesterday. He just looked happy.
Yeah, he wants it.
Yeah,
you can tell.
he had the and he was as I was saying, he likes it's his mood that kind of dictates what he's really psyched on, and clearly yesterday he was psyched to climb routes. So.
Yeah.
But it's anybody's game here. Jackson, Aria, TJ Foley. Like these guys,
so many good climbers.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really impressive. So, and particularly the top end of this junior male category is really stacked. So I think we're going to see maybe quite a distinction between the lower qualifying junior males and the top half, which is normal. But the setters were a little bit, paying extra attention to the fact that there might be a broader range of ability in that category. And quand il y a beaucoup de différences entre les comme moins forts et les plus forts, ça veut dire que ça rend ça un peu plus difficile de créer une voie qui va offrir un défi pour tout le monde. Mais j'ai beaucoup de confiance, ça va être très bien.
Yeah, I think in that category they all know that they're hungry for a spot, and they're going to be putting on a good show, trying to get a chance to give it a fight in that final round. Another question we had in our chat was just how the route setters determine the difficulty for each age group. And that's a great question. I mean, they watch these athletes and they do know some of them, so they have a sense of the group, the kind of top athletes in each group, how they perform and the level of difficulty that they can manage. So it is a bit fluid between each round. It's a bit fluid between each category, but the route setters have a little bit of a sense for the athletes, so they're able to kind of get an understanding of like, okay, what can we really challenge them with?
I mean, I think part of it is also just that this is not the first youth nationals ever to be set. So there's sort of like a baseline understanding of where the competitors are at this stage in their development as competitive climbers. So I think they have that kind of baseline that people, these youth B males in Canada compared to last year, compared to the year before, even the provincials that they set, this kind of thing, they'll have a sense of, even if they don't know any of the competitors, they have a sense of where youth B male, difficulty lies. But then they will take stock of who they are based on, they said they made adjustments even after getting some hints from the setters at the bouldering
event, yeah.
So they were able to find out sort of what the level is at. And then they definitely, so the qualifier routes are, first of all, they have 2 shots to test them. And so that gives them a real opportunity to observe and watch how, where people are falling. And so each category had 2 routes that they did, and they were different styles, and they were different difficulties. Clearly there was always one route that was harder than the other.
Yeah, and the setters did say that after watching the qualifier round, they basically almost reset a very large portion of one route. And it's important to remember there is some overlap. Like youth A and junior in some cases are not that far away in their abilities.
Oh, yeah.
So they do occasionally share routes, or have routes that are largely the same, but then some small tweaks. Right now we've just seen from our youth B female route, even that route will remain mostly the same for youth B males with just some additional adjustments to make it a slight little bit harder.
Tiny adjustments.
But
like I only see one.
We've got some some blocker holds that are going to present a challenge out there. But yeah, we do see some similarities even in the difficulty between the youth A male group and the junior group. So, and those athletes are oftentimes quite close together in their abilities. So we do see some sharing.
So there are sharing today. Like, so as Casey said, the youth B male, the youth B female are climbing the same route. There have just been there are some crimps that you'll notice have been blocked, yeah, and actually maybe even changed slightly, or just blocked.
Yeah,
well, you'll see it's slightly different. And then the juniors are who's climbing on that? The youth A males are climbing on the junior males.
Yeah, which I'm not surprised to see. They're pretty close in abilities, and a lot of these youth A athletes are even eligible to compete in some of those in the senior events. So
in senior events, yes, definitely. Because once you're 16, dès que tu as 16 ans, tu es éligible de grimper dans des compétitions seniors ou open. Et donc, c'est sûr que les compétiteurs qui ont 16, 17, 18, ils vont peut-être avoir déjà fait des compétitions ensemble.
Yep.
Dans le open.
I want to come back quickly for a second because we were talking about who we were hoping to see, and who we were looking forward to watching. One person we hadn't mentioned was Riley Galloway. So Riley, climbing yesterday at the top of one of her qualifying routes, had a little bit of a knee issue kind of bugging her, and Riley's been wearing a wrap on her knee for the course of the boulder and now the lead event. So she had one move that kind of stumped her, and it seemed like it was really just her knee that was maybe bugging her, and she didn't want to push it too hard. So she's ended up mid-pack. She's going to be climbing 8th out today in our semifinal round. But, barring some other, prohibitive move for her knee, I think we're going to see some really good climbing out of Riley, and I would expect to see her climb the rankings in the semi-rounds.
Nice. And thanks, Sienna, for just making also that clarification or the added information that, yes, youth A, junior females are climbing on the youth A female route too. So actually all 3 routes that we just saw are being reclimbed now by different categories with very minor adjustments.
So you see the athletes here getting a little briefing, how things are going to work.
And they're going to get their preview.
Yeah.
C'est vraiment intéressant de voir le pack de monde parce que vu que c'est des adolescents, il y a du monde qui ont fait leur growth spurt avant les autres. Donc, tu peux avoir la variété avec l'auteur est comme des fois énorme. Tu auras vraiment des plus petits, des beaucoup plus grands.
Yeah, I mean, in our boys here for the junior male category, junior male category, we've got Matthew Rodriguez, who I think clocks in around 6 foot tall, and then we've got other athletes who are sitting somewhere. I think Ezra Bowden potentially it was, who's it's not Ezra, it's somebody else who I'll dig up, but we've got a variance of like a foot of height. So
right.
We've got 5 foot climbers and 6 foot climbers.
Matthew Rodriguez is like you said, I think he's 5'11", almost 6 feet, and he's also got a pretty large Ape Index.
Yeah.
So let's talk about this Ape Index, Casey, for people that's a really strange term. As climbers, one of these interesting statistics is not just how tall you are.
Or your standing reach. Yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
It's also how long your arms are from tip to tip when you reach them out to the straight out from the side of your body. And so typically on average people have the same distance from tip to tip as they do from toe to head.
So that'd be a 0 Ape Index.
That's right. That means you
are
square
like me.
Like me. Yeah. So and then as you can imagine, if you have longer arms, the distance from tip to tip is going to start to be longer than your height. And so this ratio, we call it an Ape Index, and the extra inches that you have can be really advantageous in rock climbing.
It can, but it also means you've got longer limbs, which means it can be harder to kind of lever, or to flex those joints. So in one way, it's certainly an advantage, and I think a lot of the times it is an advantage.
Just going to say, Casey, you're
I'm being generous here, come on. But, it does mean that it can be harder to be snappy if you got a really fast twitch muscle move. It can be harder to do that when you have longer limbs. You've just got more limb to move, right? So it can be harder to do those more explosive movements.
We're also getting into minutia of what's advantageous and not. It's not all of a sudden it's not like this crazy unlevel playing field if you've got +2 Ape Index and against someone with 0. It's not that big a metric, but it is just interesting because you can sometimes even tell the way a person climbs on the wall when they have long arms.
Yeah, and I think Sydney Park is like a perfect example. She's a small climber. She is not tall at all, but she is extremely powerful. Like she knows that, okay, I'm smaller, therefore it's going to be a little harder for me to get to some of these moves. I need to be more explosive, and she has done that. So, when you're a smaller athlete, you need to have stronger shoulders, and you've got to have more powerful legs, and I think Sydney has done that.
Do you know her Ape Index?
I don't know her Ape Index, no, but I don't think it's very big.
No, I was going to say she looks kind of square as a climber. She looks like her reach looks pretty like average relative to her height. So watch these guys, ils sont en train de faire une mime, là. Ils sont en train de regarder, ils se parlent entre eux parce que, il faut avoir un plan, comme je dis tout le temps, mais c'est vrai. Et comme tu veux juste partager tes idées pour voir est-ce que je suis en track, parce que si Matthew Rodriguez, on voyait sur l'écran tantôt, si lui il pense qu'il va faire ça de même, c'est probablement une bonne façon de le faire. So they're sharing ideas, and you want to, they're going to share ideas with people who climb similarly, probably, so that you can make sure that you're getting data from someone who climbs like you
and has a similar morphology or body type or height, Ape Index, etc.
Yeah, oftentimes, it's nice to climb with people who are of similar sizes. Definitely not always that way. I know actually some people who are really, really tall who just happen to climb like smaller people. Yeah, exactly. Or, and sometimes the technique is sort of like irrelevant, to your size. It's like the technique this is the best way to do it. And so, you just want to be a smart climber, and these competitors are smart climbers. So talking with each other, sharing their, ideas of what they're going to attempt when they get there.
Bunny, here we're getting a look at those blocker holds that have been added to this route. We can see that those moves into the head wall are going to be quite a bit more difficult.
There's that big jog at the finish, so no disappointing, heartbreaking final jug,
I think the glory jug.
That's
at
right.
The end.
It just, that is a very big hold, the jug. And basically, if you can keep your self together and you can use your, climb smart and stay, keep your feet on the wall, keep all your energy, and then get to the end, you should hold that hold. As we saw.
I'm getting a look at
one person do, only one. On avait juste un top dans la voie de Juvenile B tantôt ce matin. Puis là, on va voir si on peut avoir un autre top avec des Juvenile B pour les garçons. Moi, je pense que oui. Moi, je pense qu'on va avoir plusieurs, en fait. Cole McLeod is an incredible technician.
Yeah, he told me he was disappointed with his boulder round.
Right, yeah.
And he said, I like lead. He said I probably do better in lead. But, he did say he was disappointed. So he's really hoping he can kind of make up for that here in this round. And I mean, they're not related from a scoring perspective, the two rounds, but he's just feeling like, I'd like to have a nice lead event because boulder didn't quite go as I expected.
Okay, now we're taking a look at the junior females, which is c'est la même voie que les juvéniles A ont grimpé. Les petites prises, la section un peu plus difficile. Those black holds aren't very good.
No, they're pretty low texture, so it's like a fine grind sandpaper, like very fine. So it really depends on your finger strength to really dig your fingertips into the backs of those holds.
Yeah, and they don't go that deep. So even though the holds themselves kind of have a lot of surface area, the section that you can actually get some purchase on, that you can fit your hand into, is actually very low profile.
Yeah.
So that means that actually a lot of it'll really pump your forearms out on holds like that. So it just, the forearm will start to get very hard, and that's when you start to feel the pump, as we call it. So here's their preview. They're getting told the rules, just reminders of, what to clip, when to clip, where the route goes, any small details that they may not, just already know. A lot of it they already know, but
I'm getting to do their preview now. They're all going to go up, touch the start hold.
That's right. Just they all get a little feel of that touch, even though they're on it for like a second.
But as we said earlier, they get one shot. So if you pull onto those start holds and you slip immediately, that's it, like Heartbreak City. So you really want to try to make sure that you're confident and you're ready to get started as soon as you pull off the ground. There's just really no room for mistakes here in the semi round. It's unlike qualifiers where they got two shots. If you made a mistake on one, you might be able to recoup that on your second route, but in semifinals, it is one shot. Kind of miming out their beta here, and you can see different teammates talking to each other, sharing their thoughts on.
Puis là, tu commences au début, puis tu recules pour essayer de voir qu'est-ce qui se passe en haut.
And some of these holds they may have seen before. Sometimes these climbers have never touched these holds, so it could be completely new to some of them. It's every gym kind of has a different collection of holds and volumes, so you never really know what you're going to be seeing when you head into a competition, but you hope that you've kind of seen them before or something similar, so you have a bit of an idea of what you're going to be facing.
Yeah, I mean, il y a la variété en masse là, ces jours-ci, mais les athlètes, ils vont avoir grimpé tellement souvent dans des salles différentes et ils vont être au moins familiers avec les prises. Même si c'est pas exactement pareil, ils vont avoir une idée de le type de prise. There are lots of different hold companies now creating all kinds of different, simulations of different types of rocks, different types of holds.
Yeah.
Getting super creative.
We had a question just about the blue X that we've seen on our junior male route. So you'll see a blue X next to one of the draws, and you will see a corresponding blue X next to a pink hold on top of a black volume. We'll get a chance to see that again later. But when you do see that, that's how we know that is a mandatory clipping hold. So you need to clip that blue marked that draw that's marked with the blue X, you need to clip that from that hold before moving on. And they've done that to ensure that we don't have any strange falls going on. This is really, to ensure that it's safe for the athletes, safe for our climbers, to make sure that our belayers are able to give them good catches. And
yeah, they're not going to get pulled up and twisted around.
Yep.
Je vais juste le répéter ici, juste pour être super clair. La voie à droite pour les gars, que ça va être les juniors, là. Il y a une X bleue juste à côté d'un des dégains sur le mur, puis il y a une X bleue sur une volume à côté d'une prise rose. Deux petites X, puis c'est une indication qu'il faut faire le clip avant de continuer la voie. C'est mandatoire. Et c'est sûr que tu peux le clipper avant, en fait. Il faut juste que ça soit clippé avant de continuer. Puis ça, c'est juste une question de sécurité parce que la section est juste un petit peu précaire, puis la voie traverse un peu à gauche. Et si tu tombes en traversant à gauche, ça veut dire que tu vas tomber peut-être un peu à droite, pas directement en bas. Puis quand il y a des directional falls, ça peut être un peu plus dangereux pour le grimpeur et aussi pour l'assureur. Donc, c'est une question de sécurité. Look at that gum chewing going. It almost looks like a, comfort nervous kind of. I don't know if I could climb with gum in my mouth, personally. The miming. I love it. I love the analytics that go into observing a route, doing the preview.
Yeah, and they've had experience with this. And in the IFSC event, sometimes, in an IFSC event, you sometimes see athletes with binoculars looking all the way to the top of the route, just trying to see what those holds are. Oh. And then going up. Get a little relook at the start holds. Make sure they're sure about how they're going to get off the ground here.
So you see Riley Galloway there, which I am quite sure maybe that I confused with Taylor, her sister.
Yeah. That Taylor just climbed.
Yes. When I was speaking about Taylor, they're both so talented. Hard to keep track of their respective accomplishments.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of cool to be doing the same sport as your sibling.
Yeah.
You see a lot of that actually in this in this young group.
Yeah, the Briggs family.
Yeah, Briggs family, the Chans,
Mm-hmm.
the Baudran, who are now Victor and Oscar Baudran, are our Canadian brothers that are representing us in the World Cup competition in Salt Lake right now.
Guy and Kinder McNamee.
You got it.
As well.
And then there's Aiden and Brennan Doyle.
Mm-hmm.
We just saw their dad here, who's been helping out all weekend. They're not competing at the moment, but they have in the past. They're both climbers, both competitors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty cool to be able to share that with your family.
Mm-hmm. And Jacob Galloway.
Oh, yeah.
Of course.
Yeah,
It's like all the way
whole
through.
Galloway.
Yeah, the whole crew. I was wondering if there was another trottier, actually, as well. Yeah. Sophie Trottier and Lily Trottier.
Cool.
Both from Alberta. I'm pretty sure they're siblings. First on deck for the junior females is Addison Shylock from Alberta. And Léonard Aymon de Quebec pour le juvénile B.
And Brennan Hill for our junior males.
Look at our...
Professional rope master.
I love it.
He's got better rope management skills than I do, that's for sure. Don't take me on multi-pitch. It's not a good idea.
Yeah, I was just going to say. I was like, maybe we'll just go boulder.
Yeah.
Casey Wilson. Although you've kind of switched over lately.
I have, yeah. I've been route climbing for the last 2 years. No boulders for me anymore, really.
Wow.
Yeah, a little change of pace. Fun to change it up.
Yeah, that's a hard change to make, I think. It's like it takes a while to get back in the head game is the biggest change, I think, because, while these competitors make it look so easy.
They do.
I'm just going to climb and
fluidly
clip.
going from every, speed, lead, boulder, no problem.
Yeah. And like climbing, clipping, like not being afraid. Nathaniel said he was afraid, but boy, he doesn't look it when he climbs.
He doesn't. Yeah, it does not show in his climbing at all.
But one of the major stump roadblocks for new climbers when they're learning to climb is switching from top roping. When you first start, you'll start with the rope being attached at the top of the wall.
Yeah, our D's and C's are top rope.
That's right. The youth B and youth C categories, when they compete in route climbing competitions, they are on top rope. They do not have to take the rope up with them and lead climb. So they're not leading the rope. The rope is at the top of the climb and it goes up with you as you go up. And so there's always a lot of slack being pulled up. There's always a lot of tension in the rope. So when you do fall, you barely go anywhere. You just go, the elasticity in the rope extends and you sit down on that rope and it really feels very secure. And when you switch to climbing above your draw and you have to...
The sharp end.
That is what they call it when you're climbing on the sharp end. It can definitely be a little spooky.
And we're going to see some athletes on the sharp end right now. Our climbers ready to get started.
Get it started. I'm excited. I want to see more tops. And I'll be curious to know if they fall in similar places or if we're going to see some new challenging sections.
Yeah.
Mathieu Léonard Aymon, il a 13 ans. Il aime ça, faire de la voie, peut-être un peu mieux, du bloc. Il aime ça aussi, faire du vélo en montagne avec son père. Son couleur préférée, c'est noir.
Me too.
Sa couleur préférée. You too?
Yeah. Well,
Big surprise. Casey, elle porte du noir from head to toe.
Okay. Everybody on the wall at the same time.
Yeah. Sport Canada TV capturing all the action at once.
Yeah, great angle here.
Nice. Léo. J'aime ça, leur petite chandail d'équipe. Il y a tous leurs noms dessus, c'est le fun.
I think that means we're supposed to yell his name. Leo.
Yeah, well, they are doing it. There's lots of Léo being yelled from the crowd. Allez, Léo. Climbing with glasses. It's something I could never do.
Yeah, I knock them off all the time.
Yeah, they kind of get in my way, but I know lots of people who do.
Addison.
Ooh, come on. Brennan Hill showing a little bit of struggle over here.
Oh.
Yeah.
And Addison getting into this first big move on our junior female route. And doing it with style.
Yeah. She cut loose there. She took her feet off the wall, but it didn't look...
Oh,
Leo coming down from that roof section.
doing a bit of a one arm before...
Well, he got it pretty high there.
He did. Pretty quickly.
Yeah, very quickly.
Sneaky.
Addison really... Maybe that sapped her a little bit. Maybe that sapped her energy a wee bit. If you're just joining us midway through here, our semifinal round, we have 3 categories climbing simultaneously, the youth B males, junior females, and junior males. Ce matin, on a vu les juvéniles B, filles, juvéniles A, filles, et les juniors A, garçons.
Here at Canadian Youth Lead Nationals.
Oui, c'est ça, c'est les nationaux en difficulté à Canyon Escalade à la Prairie à Québec, au Québec 2022. Super cute, ouais, j'adore le petit gars qui aide avec la corde. Ezra Bowden from Alberta.
We hear Evan Fraser announced, their in-house MC. Evan tall in this youth B male category here.
I can't see him. But we see Ezra. Yeah, sometimes they look pretty old for youth climbers.
Yeah.
It's kind of like these are adults.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, with the youth B males, like they're ranging from 13 to 15 years old. There's a lot of growth that happens in that age range, you know, from basically 11 all the way to 18, 19 years old. So you do tend to see a lot of variation in their height, and the route setters have to keep that in mind.
But, you know, the junior category is, you know, you could be 17, turning 18, or you could already be 19.
Yeah. But they're on the later end of that growth spurt they tend to experience in their teen years, so you don't see quite as much variation in their heights.
That's true.
But yeah, that B category can be
can
be a little all over the place. So there is a little crimp that we're seeing Evan grab now with that right hand. He's coming into this big pinchy yellow hold. Yeah.
Coming underneath there, you see that when the athletes come in there to that yellow pinch, they turn their right hand under.
So palm up.
So that they can really bend their arms and use their biceps to keep them in close to the wall. Sometimes the shape of the hold really forces you to take it a certain way.
That blocker hold maybe just stumping Evan a little bit.
Yeah, there you go. So the blocker hold is forcing the climber to be very precise, and you cannot go with too much momentum or you will not hit it properly. Here we have Zoé Gauthier ici sur la voie de junior femelle.
We haven't seen a lot of Zoe yet. Not super familiar with her climbing, so I'm excited to see her.
Elle a du tape sur ses poignets. Je me demande si c'est une... Et aussi du tape sur son bras gauche aussi. Maybe she's experiencing some tendonitis or just some tweaks. She wants to control them with some tape. It's just some management or prevention. Ryan Howe. And here we have Arnaud Denis Rémillard de Québec qui commence pour les juniors.
Zoe with just a little foot slip there for a second, but she
needs
managed
to
to save
clip.
it.
She needs to clip though, Casey.
Yeah,
She needs to find a way to do that.
Yeah, and it probably should have been with the right foot over, but
Yeah, we've got Arnaud ici.
taking a second to chalk up in this.
Ouais, juste avant de prendre des petites prises roses. And Ryan Howe on the right of our screen in Youth B.
From Ontario, big Climbers Rock contingent at the comp.
Yeah, that's for sure.
With their coach, Brandon Barraclaw. No slouch when it comes to competition climbing either.
Getting a little shakeout. Look at all fingers plus a thumb.
Yeah,
put-
I'm like, this is
Oh no, the thumb was hidden underneath.
giving me outdoor climber vibes, all this resting and chalking.
Oof. a hold like that outside, though, that would be intimidating. It's just not that good.
No, it's not, but he's got it. Come on. Oh, no. Bit of a low fall there.
Mais un bon effort d'Arnaud. Un bon effort. Ryan Howe making his way up. Let's see how he can aim. How's his aim doing today?
Yeah, we've got this blocker hold again that he's going to have to get into after this big blue hold. You see him just try to work out what body position he needs to be in here.
Yeah, they're really wrapping their whole forearm around the right-hand side of that.
Yeah, you want to get as much friction as you can on that thing.
So, the best way to aim well is to go slowly, and when you can just lock off your left arm, that means hold it in a bent position.
So I'm just trying to figure out where he can get clipped from. I think he's in a better position here, but he needs to make that clip before he goes to that hold, because that next one is not that good either.
Okay, he wants to go anyway.
Okay, he's doing
he could. There's a foothold out right that he could clip off of, but it will be harder.
Oh, and he does a little inside clip.
Yep, that's okay. You don't have to hold. You do not have to clip from a particular hold.
Unless it's marked.
Sure.
Yep.
Most of the time you do not have to clip from a particular hold. But there are better clipping stances and there are worse clipping stances.
Yeah. And that's what we were saying. Sometimes from the ground you have a plan on where you think you're going to clip, but you get there and it just doesn't feel as good as you thought. So it's like, okay, you got to think on the fly what you're going to do.
And that really sucks too if the hold you had planned to clip from is past the better clipping hold, because if you move through the good part and then you get to the one you thought that you're going to clip from and it's not as good, then you kind of have a choice of whether or not you're just going to go for it or whether you might actually climb back down to the good clipping stance.
Ryan with this first. Ooh, saving the barn door there. Her body kind of opening up on her, but able to control it.
Donc, t'es pas obligé de faire un clip d'une prise spécifique, sauf si c'est marqué, évidemment, mais comme on a discuté avec le petit X bleu, mais c'est pas souvent que ça arrive. Normalement, tu peux clipper, tant que c'est pas tes pieds dépassent pas le dégain, tu peux le clipper de n'importe quelle prise que tu trouves confortable. Et il y a des façons différentes de faire des clips.
We've got a little Z-clip situation here.
Okay,
that needs to be resolved.
There you go. Good job. Nice work.
Fix that.
Christopher Gatitos really getting thrown for a loop there with a Z clip. That just means that you've clipped them
out of order.
Yeah, which actually,
or pulled your rope from the wrong side of the draw, rather. But yeah.
It means that the rules do allow you to correct that.
Yeah.
Even though, in the situation where you skip a clip, if you notice it, you cannot undo your clip and re-clip a missed draw.
Yeah.
But in the Z-clip situation, you are allowed to correct it.
Christopher, one of our shorter climbers, 5'5". Yep.
Wow, yeah, okay. So he's going to have some more powerful moves in him.
There we go, showing a little display of power
There you go. Only 3 fingers on that crimp right there, folks. Come on, he's got to dig deep. That's nice.
Go. And they want to see him clip from here.
Yeah.
Ooh. And we've got our second Galloway of today's semifinals with Jacob on our youth female route.
Yeah.
His sister Taylor climbed earlier.
And we have Riley coming up. A family affair. Ooh, there you go. Nice. Looking very comfortable in these body positions. They're really being forced into. The holds will dictate where to put your body. You want to go with the path of least resistance. Very nice. He's got lots of strength, but that hold is terrible, especially when you add
a little pretend match there.
Yeah, he kind of stalled on top of his right hand just to, for a minute of composure, and then he kept on going.
Yeah, it means you don't have to pull all the way through.
Very nice.
Okay,
So,
here we go.
Yeah, look at this. Please move up. Yeah, okay, he's got to keep his feet on. Yeah,
Oh.
that was, this is something we saw a few times with the females. Give that a go. And it really only works if you can keep your foot on a hold. Like if you go out semi-dynamically to the big round yellow like hole looking hold in the roof, you need to be able to keep a foot on. I don't think it's...
Oh, Naomi, she is not going to be happy about that.
It's not likely that you can keep your two hands on the wall cutting at that point.
Naomi coming off a little early. I think she'll take that in stride. She's got a really good attitude. She's been climbing for a long time too, so I think she knows, yeah, okay, maybe this just wasn't the semi for me today, but she came off a little early there. I think she just got a bit mixed up.
Yeah, was it a sequence error?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got Jonathan Godin.
Jonathan Godin. Allez, Team Alberta. Wow, that is a powerful move. Really powerful.
So as we progress through the round, we kind of expect to see our climbers getting a little bit higher and higher each time.
Yeah, we saw the same thing in the rounds this morning. And as Casey was saying, il y a un peu d'overlap avec les habilités. Juvénile A et junior, ils sont pas si loin dans leur âge et leurs expériences. Donc, des fois, tu vas voir, c'est pour ça qu'ils grimpent la même voie, dans le fond.
Tice Renneberg. Boulder. Out in Alberta.
Yeah, in Calgary. Nice. Okay, here we have Sophia Bada from Ontario. You've seen her climb around, haven't you?
I have, yeah. She pops into the gym I climb at from time to time, mostly bouldering when she's there. So I haven't seen a lot of her on a rope. But yeah, I've seen her dabble a little. Definitely a strong climber. I think we'll see some good stuff.
I'm just trying to figure out what to do with her feet here.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, that was almost a little rushed.
Surprising, yeah.
I don't know. She looked a little bit uneasy, actually.
Yeah, I mean, we said it is a lot of pressure. These athletes come out and they've got one shot to tackle these semi-routes. It can be nerve-wracking for sure.
Oh, for sure.
So.
They've got nerves. They're not showing it, but they've got nerves.
Yeah.
And Mathis Imbeau ici de Québec à droite, à gauche sur l'écran, à droite dans la salle. Chalking up off not a very good hold.
Yeah.
Just deciding, oof, this little section looks a little bit scary to me. I want to make sure I got all the...
Tice just coming off there before heading into the roof. Bit hard to tell on your screen here, but these routes do overhang gently in the beginning and then more so as you get into the upper wall.
Cutting feet there, il lâche ses pieds un peu, ça va enlever un peu de gaz dans ses bras, mais il reste fort, il fait son clip, mais avec le bras plié, c'est correct, mais ça va prendre un peu plus de jus. Il n'y a pas beaucoup d'options, en fait. La prise à droite, on a déjà vu que ça causait des problèmes pour des compétiteurs avant. Et là, allez, t'es capable.
Oh.
Bon effort.
At his hands, I'm wondering if he just slipped out of there.
I mean, that hold is tiny that he was going for. And if he kind of, I think, overused some of his energy in the few moves before.
Yeah, chalking up on bad holds, you might end up paying for that later.
And clipping kind of locked off. Sofiane Bertrand ici de Québec pour les juniors filles. Elle a l'air vraiment en forme à date.
And Stephen Raymer Clark on our Youth B route.
Nice. Une move dynamique, mais elle l'a faite très en contrôle. Elle pense vraiment à chaque mouvement de ses mains, à chaque placement du pied. Elle veut faire chaque move avec le moins d'énergie possible. C'est super. Elle grimpe sans hésitation à date. J'aime ça. J'aime voir ça. Very nice. No hesitation. It looks she's
climbing with a lot of confidence.
A lot
here.
of focus. Yeah, a lot of deliberate moves.
Yeah.
Why? Yes. Super.
Powerful athlete.
Mais elle a gardé son pied. Very nice. Come on. Come on.
Oh.
Get the foot on. Get it on. Get it on. Come on. That's it. Let's see it. Allez, Sofiane. Allez. T'es capable. OK, elle a fait un petit shake-out, là. Elle sait que c'est importante. Let's go. OK, elle essaie de retrouver juste un petit peu de puissance. Allez.
Looking really comfortable
Wow.
here. What a good fight she's putting up.
Amazing. Come
Come
on,
on.
Sofiane. Trop bon, là.
Very strong.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
A good hold. Get that thing. Oh, wow. And an impressive fall there. Wow. You know what? She showed a lot of what we saw from her in Boulder Nationals. That power she's got for days. Putting it on display on that route there.
Yeah, that was cool. You know, there are definitely climbers that are smaller, slower, more deliberate, less poppy, less
Yeah.
power. That
Yeah.
was
moving
pop and
with
power.
confidence. Yeah.
I like that. I like that.
And you see that. You see climbers climbing to their style, you know. If
course.
some people like to maintain a little bit of that sense of control and move a little, as you said, a little slower, but Sofiane taking the power route.
Yeah, it's a good reminder to everyone, too. Like, the other thing at stake here is youth world championships. These athletes could qualify if they make the podium to represent Canada at Youth Worlds,
Yep.
which will be in Dallas in August.
Yeah. Gotta thank our partners at Sport Canada and Sport Canada TV doing a great job giving us a look at all the action. from our
Caleb
climbers.
here. We're watching Caleb from Ontario. Oh, that has really stumped quite a few people. With the tape on his right shoulder, I wonder if that kind of hurt him a little bit, or at least just like, you know, maybe it's a little weaker than usual.
Yeah. Got Justin Baker on screen.
Dans notre catégorie de juvénile B.
So no one named to the Youth World Championships team for our Youth B category yet. We've got all 3 spots available in male and female categories there. So we know these climbers want a spot in the finals, so they've got a chance at
the podium.
Yeah.
We have Aspen Hendry de Quebec qui grimpe.
And, you know, just one spot available in each category in female and male for our junior athletes. So that's going to be a really good show, I think, that final round.
The junior male and female categories already have 2 athletes named to the team to represent Canada.
That's right. We've got Indiana Chapman, who's already qualified, and Emmy Takashiba, as well as Victor Boudron and Ethan Hoffman, already named to the junior.
Which is probably why he's not competing here today, Casey. He competed in the bouldering event and opted out of doing this event, and that's surely because he already has a bye. Yeah.
Oh, Justin just not able to hold that move into the roof.
And now we will see Ethan in both events at the Youth World Championships.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he did what he wanted to do.
That's
didn't
right.
He?
He showed up.
Yeah.
He accomplished.
Aspen.
Ouais, elle est en train de passer à travers la section, oui, un peu glissant, là. Elle a perdu ses pieds, elle n'a pas eu assez de force de contrôler la perte de ses pieds. Elle a l'air un petit peu déçue, là. Ouf. Thomas Turcotte de Québec à droite ici, qui part sur la voie de junior garçon. Trying to decide where to clip, I think. There he goes. That's where he wanted to be. C'est un peu plus loin que ça. Je pense qu'il faut monter ses pieds. Exact. Voilà. Come on, that was a good readjustment, but it's got to stay.
Oh.
Man, this section is tough.
Come on. Oh. Not able to keep that foot on.
I feel like he should have put it on the pink one, not the black one, because it was just a little too far and it's too slopey. Or at least he was not able to get purchase on the black one.
Linus Raves. Up next.
So Stephen getting up close to the roof section, competing just before him.
Yeah. It seems like quite a few of the climbers are able to get to that roof section, but that roof section has proven not just to be difficult for our previous category, the Youth B females, but now also for our Youth B boys. So you're going to see a lot of action in that roof, I think.
Sometimes you can get a clue of where the previous climber was based on the draws swinging, because when you pull the rope through, it can give the draws a little swing. So sometimes that can be a little clue. And you can have a good sense of where you need to go to beat the guy before you.
Backtrack and make an adjustment.
Okay, Riley Galloway.
Yeah, maybe not where she thought she'd be heading into semis here, but her knee gave her a little bit of trouble. Hopefully she was able to rest it up and prepare for today's semi.
I know her more as a boulderer, personally. But
she's a triple threat.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Also a really great speed climber, too.
Yeah, maybe I've just seen her name, like, everywhere.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. She's a powerful climber, though. She's
yeah, I mean, she's got first at Youth Speed Nationals, first at Youth Speed Nationals, and first at Youth Boulder Nationals. So if she could be eyeing up a final round here, she could be
wow,
taking the triple
gold, triple crown. Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a cool story.
It sure is. Yeah.
She have some holes in those pants.
Looks like it.
Nice. Okay. Now these large-looking but very not deep holds, giving her a little bit of arm bent there, and she's not clipping. Her forearms are not looking good there, Casey.
She's looking a bit tired.
She's looking pumped.
And just
oof, that could maybe not be enough for finals either, but I guess it all depends where she ranks compared to the other climbers. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You know, sometimes you have an athlete who maybe ranked a little lower and came out earlier and gets really high, and then we don't see much of that again. So you never really know. You know, that it could turn out that's enough. But
Jamie Ruzicka looking pretty good comparatively through this section. I see him fatiguing a little bit. Oh, yeah, too bad. He was hanging out there too long.
Yeah.
Starting him.
Camden Lund going to show us what he's got. All these athletes had a chance to warm up in ISO before coming out, so they'll do all kinds of different moves just to prepare for everything.
Oui, c'est vrai. Il y a une grosse section de bloc en arrière en arrière de nous. Et donc, ils vont faire plusieurs moves ensemble. Ils vont pas juste pratiquer la puissance. Ils vont être, il veut se fatiguer un petit peu. En fait.
And they've got their coaches helping them, giving them some guidance and just reminding them to warm up different muscle groups, and it helps.
There we go. On va voir ce qu'il peut faire. On n'a pas vu quelqu'un dépasser le toit à date dans cette catégorie. Nice. Vraiment, il place ses pieds comme il faut. Je pense qu'il faut qu'il le mette encore plus haut. Encore plus haut, le pied, là. Allez, allez.
Come on. Oh. What? Oh! He was going to hold that one arm for a second there.
One arm swing, almost held it. That was crazy.
Really cool.
Whew. Amelia Callanan from Ontario. 6:01. Coming up to the kickback in the wall.
Yep.
Just here, this hold is on the second section, the second panel that tilts back a little bit.
Yeah, and it's a bit of an intimidating dynamic move to make. And then heading into that crimpy pinch, you can see her thumb wrapped on the bottom side of the volume. And then another little power move.
Nice.
But no problem.
Yeah, she's negotiating these moves pretty well. I see some urgency on her face a little bit. Definitely concentration. Looking around. You know, you want to be comfortable, but you also want to keep moving. So there's like this fine balance between trying to feel good and trying to move on.
Oh, and gambling.
Okay.
Looking cozy, maybe a little too cozy on that slopey pinch thing.
Oh, nice. See, sometimes you just got to get through the uncomfortable parts, and then you'll get to a hold that you feel a little bit better on. But I would say that she's got some pump kicking in those arms. Oh, and the head tilt like you, can be a sign of digging deep at the bottom of your energy resources. Ooh, cutting loose there. That was a little tricky, but he managed to stay on. That's good. Come on, can you get around with that foot? The foot placement is really uncomfortable. Like,
yeah, it's
the black
just
one,
hard to know where you want to be, isn't it?
Nice. Wow, okay, he's clipping from that hold with that arm bent. The muscle, the bicep is exploding.
Somebody likes slopers.
Oh my gosh, but the clip is causing him some problems. That is going to make him a little...
See the little shake in the body and just...
Yeah.
So, I mean, Riley, sitting in second place right now.
Really?
Yeah, so...
Okay.
We'll see how things go. We'll see. Aspen able to get to fifth there. And now we've got Simon Chadwick. See them getting those clips done. You want to see them do them quickly. It takes a lot of energy if you're messing around at a clip. They spend time practicing different clipping styles to see what works best for them. You'll see some athletes go palm, facing out from the wall, and you see some athletes use the tips of their fingers. So they'll kind of have their preference.
That's what I do. What do you do?
Fingertips.
Me too.
Yeah, you can reach further.
I think so.
Clip from lower when you need to.
Yeah.
No problems with the blocker hold here.
Yeah.
And it looks like a lot of athletes are choosing to clip from this upper hold. Oh, okay. Just as I say that, we'll change of plan. Felt it, maybe didn't like it as much.
Yeah. Oh, but he did that really locked off. That was like a lot of energy. Yeah. Look at those muscles trying hard.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Strong fingers.
Yeah. I think some people also have a preference for clipping left or right-handed too.
Yes.
Often, you got your dominant hand you tend to clip with, but
for sure. But interestingly, when you start to feel like you're getting a little pumped in one arm, like sometimes a root can be especially tiring just on one side of the body, like one arm, and then you might deliberately change to clip from the other hand, because you can't change the route, but you can sometimes change where you clip from.
Yeah.
So if you find that your right arm is getting tired, then you might start to clip off you might clip with your right hand and hang off your left arm to give it a bit of a rest.
Yeah.
Ouais, des fois, tu vas peut-être clipper avec même si tu aimes mieux des fois clipper avec ta main dominante, si t'es gauchière ou droitière, mais des fois, si tu vas changer, si tu trouves que ton bras devient un peu trop fatigué, ça veut dire tu peux peut-être changer, donner ton bras un petit repos. Hugo Valence ici. Oh my goodness. We just had a disqualification here. On the junior females, that must have been
Liz Heel.
That will be really, really sad.
Yeah, we didn't see her get started there. I guess she just kind of stepped up and slipped right away. So I'm not sure if it was a DQ or if it was just an unfortunate start for her.
Right.
But, I think she.
Oh, that's like. Yeah, I mean, you see it at the Olympics. False starts, and it does happen, but it's disappointing to say the least. Hugo Valence, come on, je sais qu'il est capable. Il grimpe depuis longtemps. Son père, il grimpe depuis longtemps aussi. Oh my goodness, come on. Oui, il y a la puissance. On a Mathieu Bonneville à droite ici pour les juvéniles B. Allez, Hugo à gauche ici. Beaucoup d'actions en même temps. Faut suivre.
Oh, yeah.
Nice,
okay.
super. Come on, Hugo, va chercher le crimp. La petite réglette là à droite. T'es capable. Oui.
Yes.
Oui, c'est bon.
Hear
Il
a
faut
little-
aller en haut, pas là à gauche, en haut.
Heard a little grunt from him. on
Oui,
that.
come on. Là, il sait qu'il faut clipper. La prise, ouais, voilà.
Good.
Oh, c'est super. Come on, Hugo, t'es capable. Restez fort, oui. Prendre une petite pause de craie. I like that little chalk blow. He put chalk on, but then he had a little too much. Now he's going to rely on that finger strength to get through this section.
Looking good.
He's got lots of it.
It's looking really
Come
good.
on.
Come on.
Come on. Nice. Yes.
Oh.
Oh, he'll be so stoked. I feel like he just had he squeezed 5 moves
Extra
out of
moves.
him.
Yeah. Some good try hard.
Yeah.
Gotta dig deep.
Okay, this is Laura Gervais and Mathieu Bonneville.
Doing really good. Getting
Yeah.
into the roof.
Come on, garde ses
Ooh,
pieds,
he
c'est
holds
bon.
it.
Ouais, excellent. Montre-nous ça.
We haven't seen a lot of athletes up here, so we're excited to see Mathieu
Yeah.
getting up this high.
This is a high point for this category so far.
And he's gonna come into these 2 blocked crimps.
Nice. Oh, he did the
Oh.
crossover, which a lot of the girls couldn't reach.
Worked out for him, and he's gonna make this clip.
Excellent. Those crimps
Oh.
are bad. They were changed from the
Mathieu
girls'
having
route.
great
Allez,
performance.
come on. Mathieu, il est capable.
Oh, wow.
Man, c'était
Oh,
excellent.
incredible.
Wow, ça va être vraiment bon pour lui.
Yeah, awesome.
Même pas la moitié du tour, puis on a déjà quelqu'un sur le headway. Là, en même temps, on a Laura Gervais dans la section des grosses prises vertes. On sait qu'il n'y en avait pas beaucoup de filles qui s'est rendues là avant. Elle a eu un petit problème avec son clipping. Come on, she's got to
Come
clip
on.
this.
The same clip
Oh,
giving
boy.
athletes trouble.
Oh boy. Oh,
And-
she's like, I'm
Yeah,
done. I'm
yeah.
moving on.
That clip really has been a challenge for these climbers.
Yeah, so we want to just remind everybody how the scoring works. When each hold is allotted a point, and the points go up as you climb, and you get the point of the climb of the hold that you last touched right before you fell. And so sometimes if the clip, which gives you 0 points, is going to take too much energy out of you, the climber will opt to just make a move and see if he or she can clip one or can hit one more hold and get one more point. And there's also the added potential of getting a plus assigned to your point. So if you are on hold 20 and you make a move toward hold 21 but you don't touch it, you will get 20 plus points assigned to you. Here we have Dylan Smith from Ontario on the junior male route. We are halfway through in the second half of the junior males semifinal round at this lead national youth event. Man, it's just crazy how sometimes these climbers just climb right through sections that looked previously super duper hard.
Yeah.
And they just look so comfortable.
And moving through, no problem.
Yeah. Dylan Smith, lots of experience. All right, I'm starting to see a wee bit of struggle. Look at his tongue sticking out a little bit. People that lots of climbers. Oh, he's stepping on his own rope. That meant he couldn't clip it.
Just trying to get
yes. Come on, Dylan.
Here we go.
Yes, looking very good. Just a little rushed. That was crazy.
Yeah, and he never used that little foothold. Oh,
Lily Trottier. Here we go. Just whipped up into that volume green section. That was a Frenchism. Volume green section.
We have an unknown bib number here.
Yeah. But it must be Antoine Caron.
Yeah.
Imagine.
Yep, we got it. Changed his bib.
It's okay. There we go. Come on. Oh, Lily. Mais elle s'est rendue au même niveau des autres filles. Je pense que ça va y mettre un bon placement pour être en finale.
Yeah, that section of that girls' route is spitting a lot of climbers off.
Yeah, and this is normal. It's normal to have climbers all falling in like similar sections because, you know, on a route you're going to have crux moments.
Antoine.
Antoine
into the
Caron.
crux of this route.
Speaking of cruxes, okay. Now there's the power to hold on there with no feet, d'avoir la puissance de garder, de lâcher ses pieds, mais de rester sur le mur, c'est incroyable. Allez, Antoine.
And he's going with the heel that we saw earlier from...
Yeah, this is shown to be good beta, for sure. This is the beta the route setters were intending with the heel. Put your foot in. No, he's not into it.
Nope.
Just all weight on the heel. Come on.
Yeah, oh.
Man, those blocker holds.
Yeah, he did hit the blocker hold there. His left hand didn't quite land where it needed to land.
Yeah, the setters deliberately forcing the climbers to be a little slower.
Yeah.
They want to slow it down. Yeah, you can't be too shaky and too tired up there.
You can't be slapping around.
No.
Gotta get in there.
Okay.
Will
Mirandon. Climbers Rock athlete again.
Yeah, they got a big crew.
Yeah. They've got a nice team there. They've got like a bunch of different levels, different groups.
Yeah, they've had climbers in all categories.
Nice.
Mackie
Kochi.
Excited to see Mackie today. Our former trampolinist.
Yeah. Casey and I were talking about how different, sports can translate very well and transfer very well into climbing. Little fall there from Will Mirandon, probably lower than he wanted. But gymnastics is definitely a sport that transfers very well into
to a
climbing.
lot of sports, really.
Well, yeah, I guess that's true. Quand tu fais de la gymnastique, t'as beaucoup de puissance, t'as beaucoup de body awareness.
Yeah.
I think swimming is another one.
Yes, for climbing.
Yes, is a good sport to. If you are a swimmer, you develop that upper body strength. You develop a lot of the. Just again, this understanding of how your body moves.
Yeah, and I mean, and lead climbing specifically, when it comes to swimming, you're going to be very used to feeling the burn of lactic acid.
Right.
So,
some of the Older climbers might remember the dominant force machine, Melissa Lacasse. I believe she was a swimmer.
And in Cirque du Soleil at one point, no?
Really?
I want to say that. Yeah.
I mean...
Or tried to be. Like, definitely some gymnastics background there, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Ali, come on. Come on. Michaela Kochi goes by Mackie from BC.
Getting this finicky clip done.
Yeah, she's looking super strong. Keeping that heel, digging deep.
Yes.
Yes, not wavering. There's a lot of power here. Shoulders are really being activated. She wants to stick that next one.
And that's going to be good.
Oh, great.
We haven't seen a lot of climbers make it up that high.
That'll definitely be enough to get into finals. Definitely.
Everett Kamori.
And Nicholas Camargo.
Everett on the right side of your screen and Nicholas on the left. Everett taking pause on this sloper, sorting out how to get through it. Remember, he needs to make that clip.
Oh, no.
Ooh, that's going to be a bit of a low fall there.
Wait. Well, you see, it's not that uncommon. You know, we've seen a few of them. We're having a great time here at Canyon Escalade in La Prairie for this event. All thanks to wonderful volunteers. Nice. Come on. Let's go. Everett. Nice. Yes, come on.
Very strong.
Really love to see. Oh, yeah. Come on.
Get that clip done in his lap a bit there.
Oh, boy, that looks a little awkward.
Yeah, that's going to be a little uncomfortable for sure, but hey, make it work.
Yeah, come on. It's intimidating to try to go to these tiny holds.
Yeah, you can...
Man, he took his feet off. I was surprised about that.
Yeah, it looked like he wasn't really sure if he wanted to go with his feet to the left on the white wall or if he wanted to use the heel hooks. He was kind of like in between a little bit. He maybe just need a little more decisiveness to get that next move done.
Sydney Park, here we go. Junior female. She's our qualified second here, so it's our second last climber for the junior female category. And she is just looking casual. I like watching her climb.
Yeah.
I like her style.
Yep. I think she's one of those climbers who can really go between different pacing very well.
Yeah.
You know, you see her climbing really slow right now. You know, she's got this very slow, deliberate pace, but I think she switches it up well when she has to. She's able to kind of like, okay, move right into that snappy power movement when she needs to.
Yeah, it's not even that slow. It is just deliberate, I think. It like there's it is a good pace. I think you know, she's kind of measuring that really well. And we have Owen Clouston here from Ontario, taller climber on the right. Come on, Sydney. Come on. I think she could do really well on this boulder. I bet you she could top it.
Route.
On this route.
But this boulder
section.
But she got that clip done quickly.
Yeah.
And I think that's advantageous because I think messing with that clip is going to zap some energy.
Yep. But look at her go. She's just like crushing.
Yeah, she uses her heels well, too. You can see her left heel kind of tucked underneath her there.
It's really turned out. It's a really good placement. Owen making this clip. He's gotten through that first section that was stumping so many of the earlier junior males.
Yeah, this...
Nice, Sydney. Okay.
Sydney
Oh, man. Ça s'en vient. Let's go. And we got Owen through the crimp section. Sydney.
Come on, Sydney. Oh, wow. Well, Plenty enough.
Plenty. Both of them so far. Owen definitely near the top of the pack at the moment, although there are some very heavy hitters to come in the junior round.
Yeah, we've got a lot of density in that upper section of the junior group. Hugo
Sydney.
Valence sitting at the top with quite a few holds above our second place. So he's at 23 plus right now. Christopher Guttados at 17 holds.
Oh, wow.
Or at his 17th point hold there. So it's a bit of a gap for sure.
And Owen just fell there at the 15th hold. So that puts him in
That's gambling.
5th place.
I think we're looking at Clouston, who's just up, right?
Yeah, they haven't given his yet?
No, not yet.
Okay, now we're getting the brushing for the Youth B route. That would be Mika doing the brushing there. Just out of the screenshot.
Okay, so
one of our talented female route climbers.
Junior males, we actually have Dylan Smith. We got an update to the scores here. So Dylan Smith with 27 plus and Hugo Valence with 23. Then Owen Clouston with 22.
Right. Okay.
So
I thought he should be somewhere in the top.
Yeah.
For now.
Yeah, his score just populated there. So
right. Great.
And Christopher Guttados at 17.
Yeah, that 17 I don't think is going to be good enough, but you never know. We've seen upsets.
Yeah, sure. Yep.
Okay, Lexi Binder here from BC. No stranger to finals. No stranger to the podium.
No. She had some pretty cool heart sunglasses she was wearing yesterday.
And today. Yeah, she's got little heart earrings too.
Yeah. Like that. Gotta have some fun.
Yeah, man.
Right?
Very nice. Showing her finger strength there. The way she's just holding those tiny little crimp holds.
Yeah, I think what was kind of standing out with Lexi yesterday is just her positive attitude. She seems like she goes into this, into each route with a lot of optimism and, I think they all do, but, Lexi really had a bright smile on her face all day. She was clearly really excited to get climbing in qualifiers and, yeah, excited to see her on this route here.
Ouais, je vois la confiance là. Elle grimpe avec beaucoup de confiance. Bryson here, working through this first tricky section. Needs to do that clip. Oh boy. Didn't love it. Maybe he's going to keep going.
Yeah.
I think he might. Yeah, if he can stick that, I think he can clip from there. Come on, there you go. Great. Now do that clip. Good. Throwing the toe around the corner.
Wow.
That was great.
Just got that clip done.
That was really great. All right.
Oh, I think that was, whew, that gave me a little bit of the shivers.
Ooh, nice, Lexi. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Nice job.
So
just enough.
Yep.
Oh, she put thumbs down.
I think she's looking at her coach to find out, where am I going to be sitting, and I think she's done enough. I think, that's going to probably push Riley Galloway out of our final today.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, you know what? No, that's not true. Riley's in 6. We've got 8 going to finals, so Riley may be safe in the end. Well, she will be. That's our last climber.
That's
so.
Wow.
Riley's done enough to climb out of the mid-pack and into the final round here.
Does that mean Zoe too?
We're waiting for an update. Of course.
That's so interesting. I think she just wanted to be in first.
Oh, yeah?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think she was looking the thumbs up, thumbs down was sort of like, was that enough for first place?
Well, I think Sydney's maybe got her there.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
29 plus.
Yeah.
So Lexi's going to be in 3rd right now. Well, she'll end in 3rd. That's the last of our competitors there.
OK. Donc, elle va avancer au final en 3e. Lexi, elle a super bien grimpé. C'est fou qu'elle a l'air déçue. Elle a super bien grimpé, mais I guess.
She just wanted more.
Ouais.
Well, you know what? I think.
Elle était sûrement capable.
I mean, the thing is, they know how close they are, and they know that if there's a tie in the final, they want this round to matter.
Right.
For that reason.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, hopefully there won't be a tie, but it does happen, as we saw. It can be very close. And so, yeah, I guess that is like a backup comfort to have.
Insurance.
Yeah, it's insurance.
Little insurance. So Zoe Gauthier keeping that 8th place spot heading into
Ça, c'est
finals.
impressionnant. Zoe était 2e aujourd'hui. Ça veut dire qu'elle a qualifié en 14e.
She climbed a lot of spots, yeah.
That's
awesome.
a really impressive showing for her today.
Mm-hmm.
And that you know, part of that is just the way the cookie crumbles for some of these other athletes who had really slip, slow down, and a testament to what she was able to pull out of the bag today.
Yep.
So we have Logan Jones.
Yeah, and if you're wondering, our Youth B route is getting a really thorough scrub down from our route setters right now. They want to give our athletes the best chance of topping that route over there after a bunch of climbers have gone, and each route gets the same treatment.
Et on a fini la catégorie junior pour les filles parce que il y avait juste 20 compétitrices qui a fait la compétition. Et normalement, il y en a 26, mais on ne peut pas avancer toutes les compétitrices. Donc, on a pris 15 finalistes aujourd'hui.
Logan moving through these pretty small crimps.
Yeah, he just whipped up there. Not showing signs, maybe just showing signs now of a wee bit of fatigue, but not much. Okay, maybe a little bit. That's far. Muscles are pumping. Come on.
Long move out to that small foot jib under his right toe.
Logan looking very good here. Little wobbly. Come on, dig deep. Yes. He's got very good crimp strength. Ooh, the jump. The jump is never a good sign. When you can tell it's a little too far. It was just a little bit of a Hail Mary there. But he should be proud. That was a great run there. You got pretty good. Pretty high. Okay, everybody's downstairs. You can see all the competitors. They know each other. They're chatting. Coaches are lying down, regrouping.
Do some cheers. Oh, and our Youth B males are going to get started again with
Alexandre Péloquin.
And I guess he goes by Pello.
Nice. Yeah.
It's a nickname on the back of his jersey.
I like it. Ali Pello. So we're moving much faster through the junior male category than we are through the Youth Bs because, there are more Youth Bs, but we are just having a lower falls, faster climbers, maybe, in the junior male category. In the Youth B male, a lot of them getting up to that roof section, Casey.
Yes, yeah. And then just trying to sort out how to get through it, how to get to those blue crimps we saw. So we'll hopefully see that again from Pello.
Yeah, I want to see more people on that head wall. But we got lots of climbers. This is climber number 14 out of 26, so we have,
plenty to go
12.
still. We have 12 more to come.
And TJ Foley here on the right.
One of our taller junior males at 6 feet tall.
6 feet.
TJ just turned 18. Apparently he plays a bit of golf when he's not rock climbing.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's not the most common combination of sports.
No, it's not, because a good day golfing is also good weather for climbing.
Right.
So
how do you choose?
I don't know. Roll the dice?
Nah, I think colder climbing conditions.
Yeah, I guess a real hot day.
Yeah.
Well, see if you can get a hole-in-one here. I had to do it. I'm sorry.
No, you didn't.
I had to. Come on.
Okay.
Can't just let that slide, Bonnie.
I like the cheese, Casey. Let's bring it on.
I love a dad joke.
Yeah, man, dad jokes are the best jokes.
Aiello on the big sloping hold. And TJ going through this sequence of smaller and smaller crimps. That last crimp he has to grab before moving right is pretty bad.
TJ looking very good, honestly. Like, just cruisy through
Pretty
these.
floaty in the feet still.
Very floaty. He's a floaty climber.
Yeah. And Pello about to tackle the infamous roof.
TJ, come on. Showing the pump,
Come
but
on.
showing control. Come on. Nice.
Big cheers from the crowd.
Oh, nice.
Here we go.
Let's see it. I want someone to cross.
Both
Beautiful.
our athletes. Ooh.
Nice work. His height helping him out on that move.
Come on, TJ. Oh.
Beautiful. That was a performance from TJ Foley.
That's going to
Bump him into first place.
put him in the top somewhere for sure.
100%.
Wow.
I read a dad joke recently. It said, what happens if you get scared to death twice?
Oh, what happens?
Scared half to death twice?
I think you just made that dad joke more of a dad joke somehow.
No, I just completely botched it. Oh. Yo, if you get scared half to death, that's the expression.
Yeah.
I was scared half to death. What happens if you get scared half to death twice?
And you're scared to death.
Yeah. No, then you, oh, never mind.
Gotta prep the material before you release it on live air, Bonnie.
Nah, that was funnier.
It actually did work out quite well, I have to say.
Okay. This is Maxime Terrien, Quebec. Max.
He's 14. And oh my gosh, I saw Max with a Rubik's Cube in the back. It looked like a
That was not a
it looked
Rubik's
like-
Cube, Casey.
It looked like a kaleidoscope.
It wasn't a cube. It was like an 8-sided
It was
ball.
one of the more complex things I've seen.
Yeah. I used to be
Yeah.
able to do the Rubik's Cube. Like, I learned how to do it. And I could do it pretty quickly. But that thing he had in his hand, I
Well-
have zero clue.
Our friend Max here can solve a Rubik's Cube in 12 seconds.
Really?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yes.
Love it.
Yeah.
6'18", bib 6'18" is Aria Panadez Serra, Quebec. Aria qualified 4th yesterday. Very good showing, very strong climbing yesterday. Now we just have to really see these athletes keep their head together. They all have the ability. They just have to execute today. Maxime Terrien. Il arrive dans la section. Wow, il va avec la main droite ici. Je pense pas que c'est la meilleure façon, mais il est grand. Donc peut-être ça va être correct, mais il faut vraiment qu'il switch sa main. Il faut tourner la main dans l'autre sens. Ouh, man, c'est compliqué la façon ici. Je sais pas s'il aime ça. Il va vouloir le changer, mais je sais pas si ça va marcher. Come on. Il faut changer la main.
Ooh.
Il le savait en plus. He knew he had to change it
Switch,
up,
yeah.
but it was almost like,
Sometimes you go too far. You're
Yeah.
like, oh, I can't.
I know, how do you
Back out
undo
of
that?
that.
He was really stretched out. Aria, dans la section de raclette. Il est en train de... Oh, il avait l'air fatigué, là.
Yeah, that's tough. Those crimps get smaller and smaller as you move through them. So,
I mean, I don't know if this is just a question of style, but TJ Foley, the competitor right before him, just cruised so like a walk in the park through those crimps, and now we just had, I don't know if it's just maybe not his style of climbing, or Aria just got a little pumped out by the time he got there.
yeah, I mean, TJ does a lot of outdoor lead climbing, so I think he's probably well primed for really bad small holds.
Right.
Like, that's kind of the name of the game with outdoor lead sometimes. So I think, you
Well,
know.
in Quebec, in New Hampshire, in this area.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Oh, TJ's from Alberta.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Sorry, not
TJ's
Arya.
from Alberta,
Oh,
so
yeah. Oh, well, there.
think
Even more so.
that's where
they've
his
got that
comfort.
limestone.
Yeah.
If he goes into Canmore, maybe.
Yes. Yeah, limestone's pretty searchy too, so.
Yeah, lots of searchy, so lots of endurance. Those walls are big out there.
Yeah.
The fitness required to even get to those walls.
Yeah, and you're kind of used to hanging on while you're searching for something to grab next.
Right.
So maybe that's where a bit of that came from.
Yeah, there is a lot of, there is route climbing in Quebec, but the walls are definitely not as big. Lots of shorter routes around here. And maybe, like I said, down in New Hampshire, you got Rumney.
Yep. Lucas Bekema.
Yeah, or Bekema.
Yeah. You put the emphasis on a different syllable.
Cute. And we have Hugo Dorval. Feeling very good yesterday. Definitely looked confident.
Yeah.
So I hope that translates for him today.
Yeah, putting on some really entertaining performances.
Il habite à Québec, il grimpe à délire. I've seen this guy around for years. Climbing. Yeah.
Well, he's going to try and chase down TJ.
Yeah, the high point right now.
But he's got lots of wiggle room.
That's good.
You know.
Just to make it into finals is the goal at this point.
Yep.
The scorecard does start fresh this evening. Well, this afternoon it begins at 4:30. We'll run the final round for everyone. You should all tune in. Make sure to come back and see the action. Different routes for everyone.
Lucas just trying to figure out how to get to this stack here with the blocker hold, and he does it. Looking a little tense. Sometimes a section of a route can just make you feel a little more uncomfortable than other sections.
Hugo, il a l'air très confortable. Ah, il prend un petit repos même. Des fois, si tu te sens bien sur une prise, tu vas prendre 2 secondes, faire un petit shake-out, tes bras. Il a même pas l'air de vraiment... OK, un peu, mais pas ben. Il travaille pas si fort que ça.
I think this is going to put him in good contention here.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to be in good shape.
Oh, yeah, this is excellent rock climbing, Casey. Nice.
And some better holds here, so he is going to get a little reprieve from that hard pulling and crimping.
Well, except they're pinches now, so it's just another, and it's super steep. Let's not forget it's even steeper now. The head is kicking back.
Little
showing some signs. Can he reach it? Will he get his foot up for this next move? Or will he just jump?
Oh, wow.
That was risky.
That
was risky, but it's enough. It's definitely enough. It's risky to jump. There is a little tick mark. Il y a une petite marque que les setters y ont mis pour démontrer où la prise. Mais je pense qu'en fait, il a manqué. Il a manqué juste... il y avait quelques droits, mais pas tous ses doigts dessus. Ça va y mettre en deuxième pour l'instant. Il y a Jackson McDonald et Matthew Rodriguez qui s'en viennent.
So Hugo very comfortably sitting in second place.
Oh yes, he will advance to finals. Il va avancer pour le ronde finale, c'est sûr.
We've got
nice. J'espère
Owen
qu'il est content. Yeah, là, il est souri.
So we have Owen Clausen and Bryson Kay just sitting on the cusp in the 7th and 8th spot here for our junior final potential, with 2 climbers left to go. Luca getting started. A bit of tape on his finger. So So hopefully that doesn't bug him too much during this route.
Ouais, Lucas Bovin, il a du tape autour de son doigt, dans la main droite. Des fois, ça peut dire que tu as une petite blessure ou peut-être tu veux juste protéger quelque chose qui te sent un peu pas tout à fait correct. Si c'était vraiment une grosse blessure, il pourrait peut-être même pas grimper, donc ça probablement pas si pire. On avait une compétitrice hier qui avait une cheville toute comme it was all wrapped up, and she tried to climb. She really wanted to compete. She thought she could maybe do it. I think she had broken her ankle 3 weeks ago, but it hurt too much, and she decided it was best to stop. So
Jackson McDonald on the left side of your screen.
yeah, and here we have Lucas Boivin dans le toit. Allez.
Oh.
Allez, Lucas. That was a really nice recovery of the cut loose there. Okay, wow, he fait ça par exprès.
Again.
He's doing that on purpose. He likes it. Ça veut dire...
Got the heel, and he's just...
come on. Il faut vraiment tirer avec la jambe.
Just a little
Come
bit.
on. Yes, rock
A little
through.
more. Oh.
Oh, man. It's a skill, man, to be able to pull with that leg. He put it in the right place, but activating it and bending that knee takes a lot of practice. That's something that anyone that climbs in Squamish knows is a very specific skill to acquire. It's not as... it's not just about putting it where it needs to go. I learned that very quickly. I was like, oh, I'm going to use my heel. It goes here. But you actually have to use the whole leg. It's not just putting the heel on. It's about pulling with your leg.
Yeah.
The bicep, the calf, the behind the knee. It's kind of intense. Okay, here we go. We got some major action from Jackson McDonald here, which is sort of to be expected. He qualified second here out of these 22 male junior semi-finalists.
And he came 9th at Senior Boulder Nationals. He came 2nd at Youth Boulder Nationals.
Yeah, this guy
Jackson's
has
got
skills.
a resume. One of our taller athletes. He's up there,
Yeah.
I'm sure, in the 6-foot party with TJ
Yeah,
Foley.
you see, he can reach that with the foot super low, and now he's going to see if he can show us.
Oh. He must have kind of felt like he was getting a little pumped out.
Definitely.
Didn't go for that clip. He decided to go for the hold instead.
And he was very stretched out, too. Like, feet were low, arms were wide, and that's going to make you engage at the really extended parts of your
Yeah, and I mean, as a tall
shape.
athlete, that tip-to-toe tension is
very tough.
pretty tough to maintain,
Yeah.
especially when you're feeling tired.
Yeah.
But a great performance.
Yeah. So you'll notice that Hugo could not keep his foot on that pink little tiny screw-on on the volume and the way that Jackson did. He had to jump. He could have maybe also really pushed down on a higher pink pinch with a foot, but, different sizes got to do different things.
Yeah. So Jackson actually now tied with TJ Foley. So Jackson, though, sitting in first because it would go to a count back for the qualifying round. So, but that's okay. They're both comfortably in. No worries for them.
Yeah, when we say count back, we simply mean that we refer to the ranking of the round previous, and if there's a tie, and then whoever was ahead in that round is ahead moving forward.
So we got Frederick Ho here, number 468. Grabbing that big blue sloper.
So
Takes a lot of energy out of the wrists, the forearms. Forearms doing lots of work on that sloper.
So we're in the top 10 now here for the Youth B male competitors. We're probably going to start to see a little bit, people get a little bit higher on the route.
Yeah, inching towards that final jug. Let's hope.
I want someone to do it.
Yeah. We love tops. We want to see those tops.
So we've seen a top on Youth B male, and we've seen, but not on this route, not by the Youth B male competitors, but we've seen this route topped. We've seen the junior female route topped. We haven't seen the junior male route topped yet.
No.
But very close.
But I think Matthew could be a really great contender for that.
He sure could.
He was the only athlete to top both of the qualifying routes. He put on a really good performance yesterday, and we wouldn't be surprised to see him getting up high today. He's another tall athlete, 5'11". He's got a +4 Ape Index. He's got a lot of wingspan to work with.
Yeah, that reach is really there. I would put money that he would keep his feet low here for that tricky move up there. Nice,
Can't forget
nice.
Frederick Ho over here.
Nah, he's putting on a show for us.
He sure is, with their impressive cut feet.
There's so much action, Casey. It's hard to keep track of it all. Little toe, just Matthew tucking that toe away to keep his body facing the wall. Yes, he stuck that
Frederick
little blocker
good.
hold. Man, they're both looking good. I keep flipping back and forth. This is fantastic. Come on, Frederick.
Need to find a way to clip this draw before he moves on.
Hey, Matthew popped. He totally popped. Good for you. And he hit it perfectly. Oh,
Frederick coming down with a good attempt. And
come on,
Matthew looking really strong heading into this.
Come on. I want that cross. You
Come
can
on,
do
Matthew.
it. You can do it.
Yes. Let's go. Come on.
Come on, dude. Come on, dude.
He wants it. He knows how important
He's got
this
I can
is.
see
Come
it.
on.
Yes, Matthew. Yes.
Come on.
Come on.
Can he
He's
match
tired.
it?
He's tired.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Oh, man, he was so stretched out. He couldn't even find a way to match. He couldn't,
his hips were just kind of sinking left in that high right foot, but geez, what a good show. That was awesome.
That was impressive. Super impressionnant de Matthew Rodriguez d'Ontario. Il est vraiment bien grimpé. Ça veut dire que la prise en haut, la dernière prise, n'est pas si haute, si bonne que ça. Si c'était vraiment une grosse back, il aurait pu peut-être même lâcher ses pieds. Can't be that good then, that last hold.
No, that last hold is a little bit
it looks
slopey.
There's just a little lip sticking out there.
Yeah, and sometimes, I mean, you're just so pumped. It
Yeah, it
doesn't
doesn't matter.
what that last hold is.
I
You
know.
just cannot hold on.
I was wondering actually.
happens.
I was like, if it was a big jug, if it was like most giant jug, would he been able to just cut,
Right,
and do a
right.
match, or was he like that burnt out?
Yeah. Sometimes it happens where you're just like, you're sending the signal from your brain to close your hands, but the signal is just not being received on the other end.
No, I know. In fact, there's probably like some interrupter. Nah, sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
We've done enough for you right now.
Yes.
Christian Chan here making his way up on this Youth B male route here. This is Chloe's brother. We saw climb in this morning's semifinal rounds.
Christian, in contrast to Matthew Rodriguez, 5'2" with a +1 Ape Index.
Yeah, that's smaller, but at least proportionally he has a larger reach than his height, which is
that's always good.
That's helpful. A little helpful. And il s'est qualifié 8e hier. Et il va vouloir répéter ça pour s'avancer au final, qui va commencer à 4h30 aujourd'hui, ici à Canyon Escalade. Little shakeout there. He's eyeing it up. He can't reach it. He's got to move his feet. There we go. A little problem solving happening right now.
Mm-hmm. I think it was Christian Chan who we heard can do 4mm pull-ups.
Nice.
So just seeing a little bit of that strength in play here.
So, yeah, he's like swinging around on these holds. He's
No
very
problem.
comfortable. Lots of people
Clip
fell.
from here with my left leg just kind of hanging in space.
Yeah, but interestingly, the body position, the left arm and the right foot crossed through, they find the position where the balance is there. Hard to explain. There's a lot of physics going on behind the best way to rest and the best way to put your limbs.
So no heel hook to get that move.
No, he didn't need it.
No heel
He
hook.
did the cross. I mean, we saw some other guys do the cross.
Yep. So even a smaller athlete able to do that.
Yeah,
move
it's true.
that way.
Yeah, right. Yeah, sometimes it looks like it's a height issue, and then it turns out to just be a power issue.
Another small hold there. Just
Yeah,
the
he
tips
needs
of his
to-
fingers digging in the back of this yellow hole.
I love that. He just stuck his right leg up into space just to find the center of gravity to find the balance to match.
Yeah, some real movement proficiency here.
Come on, clip it up. Let's go. See the chicken
Starting
wing
to
a
see
little
him
bit,
just readjust.
struggling a wee bit. He's got to go far.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, and interesting, it looked like he was eyeing up the right hand
I
move,
did.
where most athletes were moving left here. Like,
I think he was going for points.
well, yeah.
I don't think
Right.
that was the intended sequence. I think
Yeah.
he just wanted to get one more point.
Yeah.
So he thought, if I can just stick that thing, even though it's completely the wrong sequence, it'll advance him.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's got more than enough.
You think? He's got
than
8 more
what he
people in front of
needs-
him?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Geez, we do have a lot. Okay.
I mean, it was great. It's definitely
Yeah.
at the leader. He's top of the leaderboard now, but
we'll see, I guess.
we got
Jeez,
8 other people
we
in front of
still
him.
have 8. Holy moly. That's like potentially a whole final contingent.
7 other people in front of him, actually.
Oh.
So if he is at the top of the leaderboard, then he's fine.
Yeah.
Mm.
Take a
Take a
little
gander.
look at these updated results. If you're trying to follow along with live results, you can visit cec.results.info.
Yeah, and tune in, follow the CEC along on Instagram at Climb Canada.
Yeah.
We got lots of cool shots from the event up on there.
And again, our team at Sport Canada and Sport Canada TV just absolutely
Epic.
doing a great job, giving us a good show.
Been a lot of long days in the last 4 or 5 days for all these folks.
So that did put Christian Chan at the top.
Perfect. That, I think, then will secure his advancement to finals.
With 1, 2, 3,
7
4,
others.
5, 6, 7.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, looking good. So
Yeah, and here's one of them, Brody Ripkowski.
from Ontario. True North athlete.
So many gyms everywhere now. It's kind of incredible
Oh, yeah. I mean,
how many gyms and
the
just like
options are endless.
a radius of all these major cities. You can go around, do a tour, get lots of practice on different setting styles, different wall angles, different hold selections. That's a really good thing to do as a competitor, especially if you want to practice on-sighting, because that's what this is a really big testament to here. It's like you don't know what people have done before you, and part of the whole challenge in an event like this is doing it first try. That's what an on-site means. It means you do it on first try without having seen anybody on it before.
Mm-hmm. We saw Brody at Youth Boulder Nationals a couple days ago. He came 13th overall.
Nice.
So I'm wondering if maybe lead is the event he's more excited about. Sometimes you see athletes do both events, but they prefer one over the other. And I don't know if his preference is Boulder or lead, but he's sure looking like he's making good progress here.
Oui, c'est vrai. Il a eu 13e aux nationaux jeunesse il y a couple de jours. Et là, il est très fort. Il a l'air d'être un peu peut-être plus confortable en voie.
His home gym has plenty tall enough walls to practice for lead nationals. So,
Super. Il
and
va
we can
falloir
see
qu'il
he's lead certified because it's hanging up in his.
il faut qu'il fasse le clip, par exemple. Voilà.
Oh, here we
Avant
go.
que ses pieds dépassent le dégain, il faut qu'il le...
This is looking good.
It's looking great.
Wow. Okay, so we'll just skip the whole right side of this.
Yeah, who needs that hold? That's crazy. He could reach that, but his foot is behind the rope.
Oh.
I don't like it.
Yeah, he's got to move that.
Move that
foot.
knee away from the rope. Oh my
For
goodness.
Safety, but
Allez,
hey, look
come
at
on,
this.
Brody. Come on, Brody.
Here we
That's
go.
a big jug.
Let's go.
Oh!
Just missed it.
Oh,
Wow.
no. Wow, and bon effort.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, he used his height to his advantage for that move
He
there.
sure did.
Just bypassing those two holds
Getting the
altogether.
thumbs up from the judge. Not from the judge, from his coach.
Yeah, right. there is no rule that you have to touch all the holds.
Right.
Like we said, that
right.
there are sometimes, best betas or, the most efficient intended betas, but there's definitely no rule that you have to climb it in a certain way, and you can certainly skip holds if you can.
Yeah, and you're not adding up points for each hold you touched. You're just getting points for the last hold you touched.
C'est vrai. Lui, il a dépassé, mais en fait, dans la séquence, il a skippé une, puis là, après, il a skippé l'autre, mais c'est pas une accumulation des prises, des points, c'est juste la prise, la dernière prise que tu as touchée. Donc, lui a pris ça, son hauteur, dans son avantage, puis il est grimpé de son morphologie, donc c'est parfait. Il doit être très content.
Getting a big hug from his supporters there.
Mm-hmm.
Replaying.
That
and
was
then you
awesome.
Did this, and you did that.
I think he had enough juice. I think he just didn't actually, the trajectory of his throw wasn't quite accurate enough.
Yeah, we call that a bit of a drive-by move where you're kind of flying. You're kind of passing by the hold.
Yeah.
You need to latch it as you go, and he just missed it. He was just short of it.
It was just not precise enough, and I think, of course, that happens when you're that excited to get to the top, and you definitely pumped out, and sometimes it's hard to be really focused and precise in your, especially when you're throwing. It's hard to be precise.
Mm-hmm. Gavin Helsby
wants
his shot at the top. He heard the cheer from the crowd.
Oh,
He's got to know that there were some good links made there.
Oh, il va savoir qu'il était quasiment rendu en haut, et aussi il va voir le Degain qui est en train de bouger. C'est ça la corde. Quand tu tires la corde, des fois ça peut bouger le Degain. Ça peut être un petit indice pour des grimpeurs où il s'est rendu. Gavin Helsby from Ontario, Climbers Rock team.
19th at our Boulder event, and 5th at Youth Speed Nationals.
Yeah, speed climbing, a very different beast, very different skill set, very different muscle groups required. I think once we saw at the Olympics that the speed climbing event was separated from the boulder and the youth and the route climbing categories for medals in Paris, that might have discouraged some climbers from pursuing it. I think in the beginning people were like, well, if I have Olympics on my mind, which who knows. But definitely the people who had their sights set on the Olympics were forced to train all three disciplines, whether or not they were specialists in one or two or three. They wanted to do it all. But some just like it.
Yeah, we see a lot of the youth athletes dabbling in all three disciplines.
Nice, yeah.
Which I don't think we saw as much, 10 years ago.
No.
I'll say 10 years ago.
I don't know anybody doing speed 10 years ago.
That was incredible. Holy.
That was a total one-arm hang. That shows immense power. That was craziness.
Shoulder stability.
Oh, yeah.
Just being able to maintain the...
Wow, okay. And just not even really a sign of being out of control. It was just
now he's switching. He doesn't like that first crimp, so...
Interesting.
I'm wondering if he's going to come in with the left hand.
Yeah, sure is. Coming underneath.
Okay.
Nice close-up there. You get to see those holds. That's nice. To see what they're holding on to. That's not a big ridge that he's holding on to.
No, and you're feeling pretty pumped at this point, so it feels even smaller than it is.
It's not even perfectly vertical. From this angle, you can't tell.
It's gone.
So whether or not he meant to, I don't think he meant to go one-arm swing.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that was in the plan.
I mean, if it was super showy. It was an excellent show.
Imagine standing on the mats and thinking, okay, so when I get to this part.
Yeah, right. I'm just going to just cut it out. It's huge. Could do a little one-arm pull-up there, maybe.
I mean, it would look cool, you know, so. And it did. It did.
Yeah, so people don't do that. That's not the plan. But
That
there was
great.
a great recovery, and clearly he had enough power to move past that section 3-4 moves after.
Yeah, that
That'll
was great.
still put him in good contention.
Second place. Behind Brody Rapkowski. And then Christian Chan in third.
Okay. Gregory Paramano coming up, followed by August Birkinshaw, Cole McLeod, Nathaniel Smith, and Evan Lau. A bunch of heavy hitters here.
Yeah, still lots of climbing to come.
A little recap from each other. How'd you do? Love it.
Yeah, they're keeping tabs. As we said, this event is going to help determine who fills the remaining quota spots for Youth World Championships in Dallas, Texas in August this year. So getting to the final is really important for these kids. Gregory has put on a really great competition. I've really enjoyed watching Gregory climb. He really, you know, he tried his heart out in Boulder, and he put on a really good show yesterday in qualifiers. I have really enjoyed watching him.
I mean, il s'est qualifié en 5e. Ça veut dire qu'il y a beaucoup de talent, le petit jeune là, en voix. I think he's probably more of a route climber, at least at this national event. He's making himself known more in the route scene. Qualifying 5th today.
Yeah, I think he came 6th at his provincials for lead. You know, and he's got a few top 8 finishes to add to that as well.
Building up the resume, getting the experience.
Definitely, yeah.
So the junior males have finished their round, the junior females have finished their round, and we had the Youth A male and female this morning, along with Youth B female this morning. So this is the last. We have just 5 more athletes to go. Il reste 5 compétiteurs à grimper pour les demi-finales de la compétition des nationales. Allez, allez, allez. Come on. Get those feet on.
Oh. A little bit of a awkward fall. But that was great. Good show from Gregory.
Ouais, il a bien grimpé. Je sais pas, ça c'est une place où il y avait beaucoup de blondes qui tombaient. Lots of people fell there.
Yes.
Be curious to know where that's going to land him.
Yeah.
Don't know if that's enough, actually.
I'm not sure either.
No, I feel like
We'll
it's
have to
not.
wait to see how that updates.
I mean, I suppose it depends where these other guys get to after him.
I mean, that's going to put Gregory in 9th, so he
that's
won't
not
see
enough.
the final round today, but I think he could be excited about doing so well in the semis. I think.
Yeah, that was
think he put on a
definitely
good
an
show.
amazing show yesterday.
Yeah, he's had a good round. I think we're definitely going to see more of Gregory in the future. He likes sailing too. I heard he likes sailing. He also said one of his favorite activities was sleeping. So.
Okay, that's probably shared by many of us.
Yeah, especially between rounds. Yeah, he did great. Got August Birkinshaw dipping in his chalk bag, getting ready to grab these start holds. Bit of an intimidating start, you know. You've got that left foot smear, and
I was just thinking that.
Yeah.
You just kind of got to pop.
yeah,
Like,
okay,
You can't.
we're going.
Yeah, you can't hesitate.
Yeah.
Now we get to really focus in on this route because we don't have the other competitors on their other routes right now.
Yeah.
On peut examiner les prises puis le mouvement de cette voie-là.
Just trying to get that third clip sorted. August came 6th in our Boulder Nationals. So.
That's excellent. So again, we're going to see boulderers, strong boulderers who can, if they train their endurance well, have an advantage on the lead routes, because the sections, the crux sections, sometimes kind of feel like mini boulder problems. And when you're a really strong boulderer, you can figure those sections out with confidence.
Yeah, and this roof is definitely a bit of a boulder problem up there. So as long as you're going up there and having the energy still, I think, those who are comfortable with bouldering are going to feel a little more at home, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Nice. But here you have these crimpy technical sections too. These routes have it all. They're really the setters are trying to test the climbers on many different skills, just like we saw in the bouldering round, where each boulder problem was trying to test the climbers in a different way. We have a variety of different holds and different kind of tests for the climbers. On a des sections, excuse-moi, très délicates, puis on a des sections beaucoup plus puissantes, comme ici, comme le toit qu'il y a devant lui. Allez, Auguste.
And the setters did say that they are introducing some elements of risk into these routes, and we're seeing that here.
Allez, come on. Oh no, what's happening?
Come on, he just couldn't get his feet back on.
Il voulait vraiment mettre son pied droit. His body couldn't twist, couldn't turn around. It's the left foot that needs to stay on. He really wanted to put his right foot back on, but he needed a left foot in that, just because his body had turned out away from that wall.
Yeah.
So that won't be enough either.
No. Yeah, that top group seems to be making it generally into the head wall a little bit here. So into the gray panel with those two crimps with the blockers on them.
Yeah, that's called the head wall. And it's kind of nice for climbers to come out of a steep roofy section and, have the wall kind of flatten out a little bit. It just takes a little bit of pressure off of the big muscles, but those holds aren't very big, so just puts pressure on the smaller forearm muscles once you get up there.
Yeah. So Augustin 9th right now.
And we have Cole McLeod
coming up next. We said earlier Cole wasn't happy with his bouldering round, or his bouldering event, so he was really hoping he could do a little more in lead.
Moi, je trouve que Cole, il est un grimpeur très technique. Je trouve qu'il grimpe super bien avec beaucoup d'intention. I think he's a very good technical climber.
Yeah, you know what? Like, Cole's pretty good at a lot of things. Like, he's a smaller climber, and he is able to do dynamic moves very well.
Oh, yeah. We saw that in the bouldering.
Yeah.
Because, as you've said many times, when you're smaller, you have to make up for it in your ability to throw down and jump and be dynamic. And have power to lock off. Like, these are the things you have to do to make your morphology, climb the best with the morphology that you have. And so, yeah, he's very technical, but you're right. He can also throw.
Yeah, he's pretty analytical too, so I'm sure he probably spent some really good time looking at this route during their preview and committing that to memory as best as he could.
Yep, so one of these things you look for sometimes is sometimes you'll catch the athletes doing something that they definitely thought was the beta, and then they kind of find themselves wanting to reevaluate sort of midway. But so far, everything he's planned is looking good.
Taking a second to chalk up, just to prepare to grab that sloper. He knows it's not a good hold. He knows it's going to be tough.
Yeah, such a strange hold, that one, that like geometric kind of, triangular pyramid there, but it's not even a pyramid. Very nice. Just hiking it, actually.
No
not even. Ooh.
We always like a knee, don't we?
I know. Well,
every time someone puts a knee, we're like, ooh.
Look at that. It's definitely not something you see very often. It's not usually that useful, but
All right, let's
Come
see
on.
if this
what's he doing
bouldering
here?
pays off in here.
Very nice.
Looking good.
Get back
He's
on.
got to get that foot on.
Yes, the left foot. That's what we were looking for last time. I think
Yeah,
that's
August just wasn't able to
nice.
fish that foot out of the sky. But Cole's got it, and he's going to this hole. Wow, okay.
That's interesting.
This is not what I expected. Okay, I
What's he
think
doing?
Cole's showing off here. That is a bad hole. I mean, it's okay, but
There we go.
Left
Is he going to go under first? Do you think he's going to go to the yellow one, or is he just going to go right past?
I hope he grabs the yellow one.
Me
'cause
too.
I think it's
He
a
is.
lot better
He
than
is.
what he's on right
Oof,
now.
he'll be happy. Okay, and then the cross or the heel back up? What are we going to do? Yes, the
All right,
cross.
this is good.
Beautiful.
This is looking
oh,
good.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Okay. Wow.
I think there was like a lot of, like we were saying, a little bit of a re-evaluation of things, and going to that blue hold instead of the big yellow undercling is probably gassed him a little bit.
Yep. Yeah, I think so. I think he might have got a little tired with just maybe not the best read of that situation.
That's going to put him in 7th. So, but he's got 2 very strong climbers coming out in front of him.
Nathaniel Smith and Evan Lau
That's
still to come.
that means he's in a very precarious position, Casey.
He is.
Oof. Like I said, that dreaded 9th spot. Hopefully. We'll see. We'll see. We got Nathaniel Smith on deck.
Cole going back to check in with the teammates, with his crew. How's it look, guys?
They're going to tell him. They're going to tell him where he is.
So he's going to
do that math.
He's going to be gripping his seat watching
Oof.
these last 2 climbers for sure.
That's a hard spot to be in. That is really going to be dangerous, and he's going to feel,
He's realizing maybe that's not ideal.
Oh, no. I feel bad. It's always hard. You want them all to do so well. You want them all to get
You do.
what they were hoping for.
He thinks he's out.
Yeah, I think he's looking at the guys coming after him, and
But you never know.
I know.
You never know.
I know, but I don't know. I want them all.
Yeah, I mean, Nathaniel hasn't shown a crack in his performance at all, and neither has Evan Lau.
No.
So we'll see how things go. But,
Yeah.
It's all good experience. It all stacks up year over year, right?
All right, Nathaniel Smith, let's see what happens.
So fun to watch. Excited for this. Oh,
Wow, he just jumped.
That is
Man,
just
speaking
a really
of
scary
risk,
start.
I know.
I mean, the setters promised there'd be a bit of risk in these routes. They're looking to prepare these athletes for,
International stage.
Yeah, for sure. And the senior circuit. They're going to see more risk on the senior Boulder National or senior lead routes, and the setters want to give them the chance to prepare and to face that kind of challenge and see how they deal with it, right?
Mm-hmm. So Nathaniel's from the interior, Vernon, BC.
And it just blows my mind. Nathaniel said he's a little freaked out about heights.
Yeah, you don't hear that too often from a lead climber.
Yeah, I think, it's awesome to hear an athlete share some of those vulnerable kind of things. Like, we don't, oftentimes, in our sport, you hear a lot about, what people are good at. And, you don't always hear people be willing to kind of open up about the things that they, are maybe challenged by. But you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know.
Non, t'auras aucune idée que Nathaniel a un peu peur des hauteurs. Imagine.
Taking a big breath and
Mais il travaille
nodding to
là-dessus.
himself.
Allez, ouais. I mean, he knows that there's a lot at stake, and he knows that he has the ability to keep his spot, that this is not the right way to do it.
We'll see. I think he'll be okay here.
It's like we were talking about that pressure of coming out, in the top
Oh, yeah.
3. Everyone has expectations of you.
Totally, yeah. And expectations of yourself.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
But he seems like a pretty roll with the punches kind of guy. So
He's composed. He's got a good head game.
testing out what that hold feels like. Maybe not loving
There we go.
it super much, but
But
There we
man,
go.
he's able to just squeeze those holds so hard that can just pop up his feet to a better position.
And he's gone right into that yellow hold, that left yellow Waco, which
Yep.
we were expecting to see.
That was Cole's, I think, a little bit of his demise.
Yep. Nathaniel got
Yeah.
that. Oh, double toes.
Little bat hang.
What's up?
Well, not entirely, but yes. Hanging from the tips of your toes, trying to take the weight off of your arms, shaking out, little breath.
That's some real root climby stuff right there.
Yeah, some tricks of the trade. Being able to engage your toes like that is really impressive.
Yeah.
And maybe he'll have recuperated just enough here to give us a top.
I hope so.
Why? Ooh, okay.
He's really taken his time to rest. And I mean, you know what? This is something that's interesting. We haven't really seen a lot of these athletes resting en route at all.
No.
A lot of them are kind of just gunning for the top and not
Yeah.
really taking the time to
Yeah.
kind of slow it down. So we'll see if this pays off. I'm hopeful.
I mean, you have to teach your body how to recover like that. Sometimes hanging out, it only works if you've taught your body how to recover.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're just wasting energy. But he knows how to
But
recover by the looks of it. Ali, come on.
He knows now I need to
yes,
go left.
Yes. Come on. Yes.
Poppy's got it.
Yes.
Come on.
Ali, Nathaniel, let's see it. I want to see it. Everyone wants to see it.
Yes. Come on. Let's go.
Come on.
Come on.
Really focus.
Yes.
Woohoo!
Incredible. Wow.
Beautiful rock climbing.
Amazing.
Wow.
That was fantastic. He showed some really good composure and some experience there. He realized he wasn't quite in the right position, and he corrected it quickly. Wow.
That was so cool. And like you said, it was very smart rock climbing.
Yeah, it was. I think that resting in the roof, is uncomfortable as it looked to us from here. He seemed comfortable with that rest, and I'm thinking that's probably what gave him that extra little bit of juice he needed. That last move is a big move.
Huge.
And you're suddenly going from this very deliberate sort of, intentional and kind of slower pace climbing into this really big pop to the final jug. And
yeah, and the two yellow holds just before going into that last jug, he measured how far he had to go on his first go, and then still managed to come back down, regroup, and go again, knowing, I got 2 more inches to go, and then flipping the hand, which he had originally tried to go to first. Lui, il a fait plein de corrections, vraiment à la fin. Ça veut dire qu'il a eu beaucoup d'énergie. C'était impressionnant. Son petit repos, il a eu la chance de regain un peu d'énergie.
So that's going to push him into the final, no problem. He's
100%.
got a first in Boulder Nationals right now from just a few days ago, just a day or so ago.
We could see double golds.
Yeah, we'll see.
We could. It's possible.
Yeah.
But we got Evan Lau on deck, folks. Oh, yeah.
Some
That's
good
awesome.
support from his teammate there. Sienna. I think that was Sienna. Hard to tell with people's masks on. We got Evan coming up next here. And Evan's he's heard that cheer. He knew what happened.
100%.
So, I think he's thinking, I
got
can
to
do
top
this.
this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
It can be done.
It can be done. It was done, and I must do. Yes. Evan Lowndes, also an excellent route climber, as we saw yesterday.
Evan, also an all-rounder with a second at Youth Speed Nationals, a second at our Boulder Nationals.
Yeah, triple threat.
And our top qualifier here for our Youth B lead semi.
Yeah, tellement jeune, mais tellement un avenir dans le sport, c'est sûr.
So don't forget, as exciting as this is and has been, this is not our final round. This is semis. We've got one more round to come this afternoon at 4:30 Eastern Time. So don't forget to tune back in. We've got a lot more to come from these climbers. Lots of cheers in the crowd from his teammates and friends.
Yeah, I'm just like mesmerized now. I'm just like, I know he's gonna walk through this section.
Well, I mean, I was just, as you said, you were just saying that, and in my head I was thinking, it's easy to overlook how hard this part is. So I was like, yeah, he's just gonna, saunter on up to the top, but it's like, we can't forget, like, this part has thrown some people
look how
off,
small that hold is.
Yeah.
A little zoom in. Thanks, Sport Canada TV here. We get some to see just how talented these climbers are. We do. We take it for granted. We watch them all just climbing these holds, and it's
ooh, straight up into the left Waco.
Yeah, that's a nice beta.
Yeah.
I thought
he's avoiding that possibility of cutting feet when you go into the far Waco, so he's totally just bypassing that thing.
Yeah, he can.
No problem.
As a taller climber, that's helped. He's being helped there. Yep. But excellent style.
A lot of pressure coming up.
Not shaking out. You'll notice.
No,
didn't
take
look like he even needed to.
No time to rest.
It's like a James Bond film.
Yeah.
Come on. Yes,
Oh,
the
yeah.
lock off. Man, yeah.
Looks got a little shake in the legs.
No, man.
Let's see.
He's going to hike.
Looking good.
Yeah.
Yes. There we go. Okay, that's interesting.
He had like,
You think a little room to spare?
energy to spare.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was going to say. He could have kept climbing. That's nuts.
Give him, I don't know, another 10 feet of wall?
Just down climb.
Just cut open the
down
roof
climb the
and
girls' route. Over here, the green one. Let's see that.
make your way to the right.
Wowza. Evan Lau with the performance of the afternoon, I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, Nathaniel was excellent. That one almost looked a wee bit less effort.
Yeah,
if
it
it's
was
possible.
really good.
Fantastic.
Really good.
Whew, folks, that is a wrap on our semi-final round here at
Wow.
Lead Nationals.
I can't believe that's only semis.
Junior League Nationals, I know.
Man.
Oui, c'est ça. On vient de finir. C'était juste la demi-finale, mais c'était tellement excitant. Puis, ce qui est cool, c'est qu'on a un autre tour qui commence à 4h30. Là. Ça va être 3 catégories, filles et garçons, au final.
Yeah.
We're going to have another 3 categories, male and female,
Yep.
all at 4:30.
Yep. Yeah. Exciting. It's been great, Bonnie.
Yeah, let's take a look at this little recap quickly before we sign off here. We got Nathaniel Smith.
Oh, that's not updated
not right.
yet.
Clearly.
So Nathaniel will be in second. So
That's
everything
right.
you see here will just push down one spot, and Evan Lau will be at the top. Cole, unfortunately, getting pushed down to 9th, just not going to be able to squeeze into the final.
Yeah, that's the heartbreak spot. There we go. Nathaniel Smith, Evan Lau, Brody Ripkowski, Gavin Helsby, Christian Chan, Mathieu Bonneville, Frederick Ho, Antoine Caron. Those will be our finalists.
For you to
And
be.
and then we have all the other semi-finalists in their order. Really great showing. Wonderful performances from all these guys. And then hopefully we'll have the junior females. Here we go.
Sophie.
Sophie.
Sydney, no question there. Sydney at the top of the pack, and
Sofiane Bertrand, Lexi Binder, Mackie Kochi, Lily Trottier, Laura Gervais, and Riley Galloway and Zoe Gauthier.
so Riley coming all the way from being 8th out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th, I guess, heading into semis and finding her way into finals.
Jackson McDonald with the top. I thought we had Matthew Rodriguez too, though. No? Oh, he came third. Okay, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Jackson McDonald, Hugo Dorval, Matthew Rodriguez.
Aria, and then Owen Clouston just getting squeezed out into 9th place there. Again,
Yeah, someone's got to be there.
I know.
Always got to be someone.
It's just a worse spot.
I know, it's kind of a crappy spot.
You don't want to be there.
Remember Carmen Ng? He used to get 9th all the time.
Oh, yes.
Carmen 9th.
Yes, yes.
Aw.
He saw his fair share of finals, too. So,
I know he did. It's true. It's true. But, well, folks, that was our semi-final event. Thank you so much for joining. Merci tellement pour avoir écouté le demi-finale des nationaux championnats en jeunesse en difficulté.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. at our youth lead semi. We've got, again, more action, more very exciting action to come with our lead final this evening at 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. So please be sure to tune back in.
Yeah, this has been super fun. I can't wait. I'm like exhausted from all the excitement, and my hands have been sweating on these, especially with the top end of the field coming out there at the end. It's all exciting to see them so close.
Oh yeah, for sure. We saw some really good rock climbing, some really driven athletes. So we're going to see a lot more of that today in our finals. So.
Yeah, please join us again. Rejoignez-nous à 4h30. Puis we're going to let you sign off with a ad from our partner, Rock Base.
From humble beginnings to a global stage, no matter if you climb for fun, for sport, or for life, you found something in climbing that calls to you. A passion to struggle, to strive, and to ascend. The climb may be between you and the wall, but as a climber, you are a part of a community. A community every climber calls home. Rock Base, proud partner of Climbing Escalade Canada.